Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry betrayed and was raised in the shadows by his godfather. Here is short summary. After turning his back on the light, Harry is raised in secret by Sirius Black, hidden from the world. In the shadows, he learns forbidden magic, uncovers buried truths, and prepares to reshape the wizarding world. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. The Dementors brought one meal a day, every evening just before they withdrew, when it was already dusk outside. Sirius knew he would only have one attempt. If he was caught, he would almost certainly face the key, but he had to try. He couldn't leave Harry there when he was still hurting, when he needed him. The plan was clear. He would transform, and when they came to give him his meal, he would slip past them as Padfoot. That would confuse them. He had worked out they couldn't really sense animals' emotions. Once he was past them, he would move around the prison, staying in the shadows until he could find an exit. He knew there were Aurors stationed at the gates, but he would try to avoid them. Although his form was a grim and people might assume he was one, he didn't want an Auror to see him and then put the pieces together. If they worked out he was an animagus or worse, went to Dumbledore or Remus and asked, he would lose his main disguise. He was safest if nobody knew of his second identity. Once he was out of the prison, he would swim to the mainland. He knew Azkaban was an island and the boat trip wasn't long. You could just about see the mainland from the island. All he would have to do was swim south. As Padfoot he should be able to do it, although it would take all night. The minutes ticked by and his tension mounted. He was going to attempt the impossible. Nobody had ever broken out of Azkaban before and survived. There was a reason it was used to house some of the darkest wizards. But he had to. He would. Failure simply wasn't an option he could even consider. The four of them had done the impossible before. No school-age wizard should have been able to become animagi, but the Marauders had managed to. He was alone now, but he would do the impossible too. He was going to escape Azkaban. He waited as Padfoot. Dementors passed, but all he felt was a coldness as they went past the front of his cell. His mind was firmly fixed on his plan, his aims. It wasn't a happy thought, it was an obsession, but they couldn't take that away from him, and it cleared his mind, the same way a strong occlumency shield would. Gradually the perpetual gloom darkened. Dusk was coming closer, closer. Padfoot was ready. He would hunt for his pup. All he needed now was an opening. Rattling breaths drew closer, finally stopping. A thin skeletal hand reached out and he heard the groan as the worn metal bolts were pulled back, and then the clicking of a lock as it turned slowly. One click, 2, 3, 4, it was a sound he had heard for the last 6 years, it knew it by heart. There would be 23 clicks, then the door would open. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Old hinges grated against one another as the door slowly swung inwards. A black gap growing, getting wider and wider. It was nearly big enough. He was almost able to squeeze through. He was focused now. This was his chance and he wouldn't mess it up. The gap was large enough. Without pausing he pushed through it, twisting his body to avoid touching the Dementor, which would have given his attempt away. With one movement he was past it and he vanished into the shadows of the hallway. The Dementor hadn't noticed. Hopefully they would put the lack of emotions down to him dying and nobody would notice until the Aurors came to do their weekly check. It would give him time. He padded slowly down the hallways, his movements silent, a talent developed after many nocturnal wanderings, heading for the lower levels, the ones with fewer Dementors and the ones which opened onto the island itself. A human would have been noticed, particularly with the riot of emotions that would have been seething through their minds, but a black dog, all their attention fixed on one goal to the exclusion of everything else, hiding in the deepest shadows that were as dark as its fur was able to slip through unnoticed. He was nearly down to the ground floor. He knew there was a barred section of the low security wing. He was thin, too thin, and he should be able to slip through the bars and out onto the ground. His paws made no sound on the stone as he approached the barred wall. For the first time in 6 years it was quiet. This wing was calmer. The incessant shrieks and screams didn't haunt this area, and for the inmates here, they could at least sleep somewhat peacefully. Footsteps on the stones behind him made him freeze. A young oarer, obviously a rookie, was coming down the corridor, evidently on some form of patrol. He was still in shadow, but here they weren't as dark. Mentally he cursed. He was going to be seen. But the oarer hurried past, his attention elsewhere. He relaxed somewhat, preparing for his next move, when suddenly the oarer stopped, something alerting his senses. Slowly the man turned, his fingers reaching for his wand. His face was moving round. Any moment now he would see him. Sirius only had a few options. He could stay still and hope, but he knew the chances of him being overlooked were slim to none. Or he could act as a Grimm and try to convince the oarer he was a real one. Maybe then he wouldn't connect the pieces. He was out of time. Making a split-second decision, he strode forward, letting the light reflect off his eyes and silhouette him against the gray stone of the prison wall. Grimms were a figure of myth, of legend, but several witches and wizards had been reported to have died because of them. They were ingrained in the folklore and were regarded with so much superstition that anyone, especially wizard-raised, were terrified of them. He could use this to his advantage. The oarer turned fully until he was staring straight at him. Padfoot growled, showing his teeth, and he saw the man's eyes widen, wand dropping from suddenly lifeless fingers, his mouth moving silently, his features twisted into an expression of horror. A Grimm, the man mouthed before his eyes rolled back and he slumped to the ground in a dead faint. Sirius let out a mental sigh of relief, but he still had to get out. He loped forward, passing the man, when a thought made him freeze. He darted back and picked up the man's wand gently in his jaws. It wouldn't work well for him, but it would be able to do basic magic, glamour charms and so on, which would allow him to operate in the Muggle world without raising eyebrows, and when you were on the run, even the most basic of magic would be useful. He moved silently towards the bars, and with a struggle he managed to pull himself through. For the first time in 6 years his paws touched grass, but he couldn't hang around. He had to get to the mainland before the sun rose, only there would he be somewhat safe. The stolen wand firmly held in his jaws, he ran across the grounds, still sticking to the shadows, and headed for the landing beach. His paws touched sand and he quickly ran into the water. The North Sea was cold, but he would endure it. He was out of Azkaban, he just had to swim. He was past the most dangerous point, but he still had a long way to go. Stubbornly he waded out and started swimming. He couldn't see the land in the darkness, but he had a plan. Focusing on the magic of the bond, he tried to locate Harry, and soon a thin golden thread, only visible to his own eyes, appeared in front of him, leading away into the dark. It would take him to the mainland and then to Harry. He began to swim. "Hold on, Harry, I'm coming." Dawn was breaking as a thin black dog staggered out of the harsh waves of the North Sea onto a desolate shingle beach. Shaking the water tiredly out of its coat, it trudged up the beach, heading for the forest, a strange stick still clamped in its jaws. Once it reached the shadows of the forest, it vanished with a pop, only to be replaced by a gaunt man, his face sunken but an expression of joy on his features. He removed the stick from his teeth and waved it over himself twice, and a large proportion of the filth and grime covering him was swept away, revealing pasty white skin, although there was still a thin layer of dirt. Another few waves and the rags he wore were turned into a plain t-shirt and a pair of trousers. These too were grimy, but they were a far sight better than the rags he had been wearing a few seconds ago. He surveyed himself critically for a few moments, then, "Good enough," he muttered. He placed the stick into a pocket, then glancing around, as if checking the coast was clear, he transformed once more in a large, though admittedly cleaner black dog, ambled off, tiredly into the darkness of the forest. Sirius was tired, but at the same time he was filled with elation. He had made it. He had escaped Azkaban. He was free, and although he would be looking over his shoulder for the ministry for the rest of his life probably, he would finally be able to do his duty as a godfather and save his godson. He knew it was likely that it would take several days for him to reach wherever Harry was, but he could put the time he was traveling to good use. As much as he wanted to, he couldn't just turn up at where Harry was living and take him away. He was an escaped convict on the run, and before he took Harry and took him to safety, he needed somewhere to go, somewhere to hide, but also somewhere Harry could have a childhood, and he needed to do all this without getting caught. However, before he traveled much further, he would need to sleep before he collapsed. Once he had rested, he would be able to plan and work out what he would do next. He traveled a little further and found a small cave. It wasn't luxurious by any stretch of the imagination, but compared to the horrors of Azkaban it was a paradise. No dementors hovering over you, no insane screaming of other inmates surrounding you day and night. His paws carried him deep into the cave and he sank down on the cool stone floor. He was asleep within seconds. The sun was setting when he finally awoke, and slowly he pulled himself up and headed out of the cave. He realized it would probably be safest to travel at night anyway. Nobody would notice a black dog amongst the shadows and he didn't need light to guide him. He reached out again and soon the golden thread shimmered back into view. He began to lope steadily, following it forward. He was hungry, but he discarded the feeling. He had been hungry almost constantly in Azkaban and he wasn't going to stop to hunt. He would drink when he crossed running water, and maybe eat when he reached a town or farm, somewhere he could get food without being delayed. As he continued to run throughout the night, his thoughts turned to what he would do once he had Harry. He wasn't about to charge into something without a plan. It had worked extremely well last time and he was determined he would not make the same sort of mistakes again. He knew he would have plenty of time to plan as he ran. It was unlikely Harry was in Scotland and it would probably take him several days to reach him, so he would have plenty of time to plan. The first thing that came to him was that he would need to live in the Muggle world. It would be too easy to get caught in the Wizarding world. Glamours and any methods they used to hide themselves could be countered by most Aurors, not to mention they would be looking for him. In the Muggle world he would be much safer, Harry as well. The other thing he quickly realized was that he couldn't stay in Britain whilst Harry grew. Too many people knew him here. Even when he was disguised, the chances of meeting someone accidentally and being discovered were extremely high. A place where nobody knew Sirius Black would be a lot easier. Also, in a foreign country, if he got caught he wouldn't be returned to Britain by the magical government. Magical governments didn't have extradition treaties and no Muggle jail would be able to hold him, and he had a better chance of proving his innocence. The other things he needed were money, clothing and a home. Muggle money and documents would be easy enough. He could forge all the necessary documents easily with magic, and as most Muggle money was on paper it would be easy enough to copy once he got hold of a single note or more. The Gemino charm created a perfect copy of an object, usually used to copy books, but it would work on paper money as well. Not to mention it was a simple charm once you knew it, and the wand he had stolen, although it wasn't working well, would do enough for that. Once he had some money he could deal with the clothing and possession aspect, but it would be more difficult to get a home. There were many black properties scattered around Britain, however none of them would do him any good. The ministry would have frozen his assets and they would be watching his properties. It was fairly likely he would run to them, so using them would be out of the question. Not to mention the Malfoys could probably get in, through Narcissa. There was a holiday home in France that had belonged to his blood traitor uncle, and he was fairly certain that the ministry didn't know about it. Not to mention it was on foreign soil, so it would be hard for Aurors to go there without approval. It wouldn't be practical in the long run. They would probably find out about it eventually. However, it could be used as a base whilst he got a proper house. He was able to do some warding, and with a bit of deception he could probably buy a wand that would suit him. He could buy a Muggle house in a small village in France, ward it, perhaps even put it under Fidelis, and then they could live safely there until Harry turned 11 and he could claim the Potter lordship. That would allow them access to Potter Manor, and that would be a lot safer once it was taken out of lockdown. The best thing to do would be to hide in plain sight. Live as Muggles for all intents and purposes, change their names, dye their hair and wear Muggle contacts to change their eye color. They would be completely unremarkable, and that would protect them. Nobody would suspect a small French town as their home, and nobody would suspect a small French family were actually Sirius Black and Harry Potter, and nobody would need to know. Harry would go to school, make friends, have as normal a childhood as possible, and he would get a job and they would become part of the fabric of the town. Muggles. Most wizards would ignore them. After all, what was remarkable about a French father and his young son? He would keep an eye out for the ministry, and they might have to run if they got too close, but it was unlikely. He was suddenly extremely thankful he had taken Muggle studies at Hogwarts, first to spite his parents and then because he had actually become fascinated by their lifestyle. Lily had been immensely helpful, and he knew with his lessons and what he had been taught by Lily he knew more than enough about how to survive in the Muggle world and pass as a Muggle. it would just take a bit of time to get reacquainted with their technology and any new technology that had appeared while he had been imprisoned. That sorted, he focused on what he would have to do before he took Harry. He would need to get some Muggle money, buy some new clothing that was not transfigured, get some clothing and toys for Harry, forge the necessary documents, buy contacts and hair dye. In fact, he would have to prepare everything he needed to pull off the fiction of a family going away to France for a few weeks. He would have to work quickly. Everything would have to be ready when he went to collect Harry. The quicker they were out of England, the better. Following the golden light, he ran on, getting closer and closer to Harry as the night passed. It was a slow day in the DMLE, and Amelia Bones sighed as she went through yet another stack of paperwork. She had been overjoyed when she had received the promotion to deputy head of the department, but some days it just seemed like it was paperwork, paperwork and more paperwork. More and more frequently she found herself longing to be back on the regular force of orders. Even if the work had been boring at points, there was the satisfaction of knowing that you were actually doing something, actually making a difference, instead of being stuck doing paperwork that nobody would ever read when she could be doing something useful. There was a knock on the door, and then a young Auror burst into her office. She looked up in annoyance. It wasn't really polite to barge in like that. However, the woman's next words threw all such thoughts out of her head. "News from Azkaban," she gasped out. "Sirius Black is missing. He's escaped." "What?" she thundered, rising to her feet. The Auror cowered at her anger. The Dementors reported that he had died this morning. They had had no sense of a presence since the previous night, but when the Aurors went to retrieve the body, the cell was empty. They are searching the grounds as we speak, but they think he has already left the island. "Come with me." Amelia's face was a mask, hiding her shock and fear. "We need to go and see Lars." "Pull yourself together, girl." The last remark was directed waspishly at the Auror, whose face still showed her terror. Privately, Amelia thought she had the right idea. Sirius Black was the most infamous prisoner in Azkaban, betrayer of the Potters and mass murderer, and now he had escaped. There was no knowing what dark magic he must have used in order to escape, and she couldn't help but fear him. He was rumored to be the right-hand man of you-know-who, and she could clearly remember the terror of the war. If Black tried to bring his master back, they would be plunged into the war again. She hoped he hadn't managed to find a wand. He was a formidable wizard, and there was no knowing what terror he could unleash herself. At least Potter was safe. His protections had been made by Albus Dumbledore himself. He would be beyond Black's reach. She had no way of knowing, however, that right at that moment Harry Potter, alone in his cupboard, wanted nothing more than for somebody to come and take him, somebody come and actually love him. Or that Sirius Black was already getting closer to him as she spoke, with no ill intentions towards the boy whatsoever. In fact, all he wanted was to save his precious godson. Sirius was nearly there. He had been running for over a week now, and the trail had led him straight to Surrey. He had been furious when he realized what had happened. He remembered that Lily had a sister who lived in a small town in Surrey. The woman had turned up at their wedding with her good-for-nothing husband and had proceeded to insult Lily and James before cutting off all ties with them. The vile woman had hated all things magical and had managed to reduce Lily to tears. He had been unable to prevent a growl at the memory. Lily was such a kind, caring person, and for her sister to reduce her to tears on her wedding day no less spoke volumes about the sister. And for Harry to have been sent there of all places. Sirius knew his godson wouldn't be happy there. They hated magic, and he was certain they would have made Harry's life a living hell. Ever since he had escaped, the emotion bond had been getting steadily stronger. He had rapidly come to the conclusion that something around Azkaban had been muffling the bond, whether it had been the ancient magic surrounding the place or simply the air of misery which hung over it, he could not be sure, but he didn't have a chance to dwell on it. He had been reaching out through the bond every single hour, and what he had felt was awful. The pain hadn't subsided since the backlash that had finally broken through Azkaban, and he could clearly feel Harry's despair and loneliness. Every time he tried to send his own emotions back through the bond, tried to send feelings of love and concern back at him, hoping he could reach his godson. They had never really been sure if the bond worked both ways, or if you could project your own emotions back along it. Harry had been too young to really understand. They had intended to experiment a little when he was older, but then Halloween. Sirius forced his thoughts away from that awful night. He couldn't dwell on the past. Thinking about that night only brought the guilt to the fore, and he couldn't be incapacitated by that now. Harry needed him, and he had to help his godson, the boy he almost regarded as his own. Sometimes when he had pushed his own emotions along the bond, he thought he had registered a slight change in Harry's emotions. A lessening of the loneliness and despair. It was slight, so slight he wasn't sure he had imagined it, but there was one incident when he was certain something had changed. A flash of hope had slipped down the connection ever since that his emotions had lifted slightly. There was a slight tint of hope, and the loneliness had receded slightly. It warmed his heart to think that he was able to make a difference, even constrained as he was. It was dark when he padded into Little Whinging. He had managed to steal some money and replicate it a few days into his trek southwards, and over the past few days he had replicated enough to give him nearly £900. It would be enough to carry out the fiction he wished to convey. Therefore the day before he arrived in Little Whinging he had applied the strongest glamour charm he was capable of casting with a stolen wand, and he had proceeded to buy a whole new Muggle wardrobe, containing several T-shirts, 2 pairs of trousers, 2 jumpers, a waterproof, shoes, underwear, socks, a coat and pajamas. Brown hair dye and green-tinted contact lenses had also been purchased. He would use glamours when he could, but in case they fell, he didn't want his real identity or that of Harry's to be revealed, and Muggle dye wouldn't change even with a finite. He had also bought a suitcase and small rucksack for Harry. They would purchase some toys on their way out of the country. He intended to travel using Muggle means. Wizards wouldn't think to check them. And lastly, he had bought some new clothes for Harry. Not very many, just the basics. He would take him shopping properly later, but he had the suspicion his relatives wouldn't have bought him much, and anyway he would need some in the suitcase in order to maintain the fiction of a family holiday. The golden light still pulsed in front of him, guiding him through the suburbs until he reached Privet Drive, where it pulled him straight to number 4. Anticipation and worry rose in him. Harry was so close, just inside the house, and he wanted desperately to go in there and pull Harry into his arms and never let him go again, but he had to wait. He couldn't go in there whilst the Muggles were awake, no matter what he wanted. He didn't need them to see him and have information to give the wizards whenever they came knocking, searching for their savior. Stealthily he crept round the back, and he knew his earlier intuition had been correct. Lights were still on in the back of the house, and he could see the figures of Vernon and Petunia sitting in their living room watching the television. The clock on the mantelpiece read 10:25. He would wait for several hours, then he would go and take Harry in the early hours of the morning, when he was certain they were asleep, and he would walk far enough to escape the notice of anyone who might be watching before apparating away to London and a hotel room he had booked earlier. Then they would be able to get the train out of Britain that afternoon, and they would be safe, at least for the time being. He lay down beneath the rose bushes, hiding in the shadows as he waited. Soon he would have Harry, soon they would be safe. Harry lay in his cupboard, the pain in his wrist keeping him awake. He knew over a week had passed since he had first been thrown in there after the beating, and he had only been allowed out once each day to do his chores and go to the toilet. His wrist still flared in agony each time he moved, but he was beginning to become accustomed to the pain. It was just there, and there was nothing he could do about it. He supposed he was lucky he had broken his left wrist. At least he didn't have to try and do his chores with that hand. He wanted to sleep. He had started to long for the hours he spent at night in his cupboard, because ever since his beating he had had nice dreams. Dreams of a man's face, looking down with him with so much love in his expression. He wished he knew who the man was. He had the feeling he had known him, perhaps from when he was a baby, but he couldn't remember. He just knew the face was familiar. But better than the face was the feelings that came with it. He was sure he was imagining it, but sometimes, when he was dreaming, or floating off to sleep, he could feel the love, protectiveness and concern envelope him and hold him safely. He liked it. He wanted it to continue. He wanted the man, whoever he was, to come and take him away. Even though he was a freak, even though he didn't deserve to be loved, he wanted to be. Maybe this man was real, maybe he would actually come. All he could do was close his eyes and wish. Please, please let him come and take me away. I'll be good, I promise. Just let him come. The moon was setting when Sirius finally stood and transformed. Slipping his wand out of his pocket, he approached the house on silent feet, the golden light pointing unerringly towards the interior of the house. A muttered Alohomora and the back door swung slowly open. He caught it with his fingers, easing it closed and slipped into the immaculate kitchen. In the moonlight the surfaces gleamed unpleasantly, the place almost seemed too clean. Easing the kitchen door open he stepped out into the hallway and froze in shock. The golden light heading out from his chest was pointing straight at the door of a small cupboard under the stairs. He felt rage well up inside him. Those filthy muggles had kept his godson, James's son, in a bloody cupboard. Suppressing the growls that were forcing their way out of his throat he quickly went upstairs and cast the strongest sleeping charm possible on the 3 muggles who dared to call themselves Harry's relatives. Turning he made his way back down the stairs and with trembling fingers he opened the locks on the cupboard door. Harry woke suddenly. He could hear somebody walking up the stairs, but it wasn't footsteps he recognized. They were light, quiet, completely different from the heavy tread of his uncle and cousin or the precise footsteps of his aunt. Someone was here, someone he didn't know. Hope surged through him, but he pushed it down just as quickly. It was just a dream, no matter how much he wished it were true. He couldn't allow himself to hope, it was one of his main survival methods. The footsteps came closer and stopped in front of his cupboard. He could hear the bolts being drawn back. Instantly he pulled away, curling up into a little ball in the back of his cupboard. Nothing good happened when the cupboard was opened, particularly at night. Fear-filled eyes stared straight at the cupboard door, preparing for the pain, his broken wrist clenched against his chest, hiding it from his uncle's fists. The latch clicked and somebody pulled the door open. Harry blinked at the light that flowed into his normally dark cupboard. The stranger must have turned on the hall lights. As his eyes adjusted he could make out the features of the person bending down into his cupboard. "Hello, Harry," the voice was soft and gentle. It had the same loving tone Aunt Petunia used when she spoke to Dudley, but nobody would ever use such a tone on a freak like him. He fumbled around, reaching for his glasses so he could see the stranger properly. Finding them in his small fist he jammed them onto his nose and his eyes widened in surprise. "You're the man from my dream." He clamped his hand over his mouth the next second. He had spoken to an adult and Uncle Vernon said he was never supposed to speak without permission. He looked down. "Sorry, sir." "There's nothing to be sorry for, pup, and you don't need to call me sir. I'm Padfoot or Sirius." His voice was still gentle and there was no hint of anger in his tone. Hesitantly Harry looked up again. He didn't know why, but this man, Padfoot, felt nice, like he wasn't going to hurt him. He could feel other emotions, like the ones he had been feeling the past week. Warm feelings, protectiveness, care, worry, nervousness, and another feeling he couldn't quite recognize, but one that felt nice, one that he wanted to feel. "Are you my daddy?" The question slipped out before he could stop it and he instantly dropped his gaze. "No, Harry. I'm not your daddy." He could hear the sadness in the man's, Padfoot's voice, but he didn't know what had caused it. "I'm your godfather. Your parents wanted me to care for you if they weren't able to." "You knew my parents?" Harry asked, his voice filled with wonder, forgetting he wasn't supposed to ask questions. Padfoot might not be his daddy, but he knew his parents, and that was the next best thing. Aunt Petunia had never said anything about his parents, except to call them freaks and to say his mummy had died in a car crash. "Yes, puppy. I was best friends with James, your dad," he added in response to Harry's questioning look. "Merlin, did the boy know nothing about his parents?" From the almost hungry expression on his face it was obvious he had been told hardly anything. Sirius felt rage wash over him. How could anyone not tell an orphan about the parents that had given their lives to save them? Looking at his godson he could see how thin he was and the raggedy clothes he was wearing that seemed to be several sizes too large. Well, he would rectify that. Harry had fallen silent, obviously waiting for him to speak. Sirius pushed down his anger and smiled gently at him. "Would you like to come and live with me?" Harry stared at Sirius, his expression incredulous. "Leave the Dursleys. Go with this man who knew his parents, who had been nothing but nice to him. He hadn't shouted or tried to hit him even once, and even when he had done something bad. It was everything he had ever wished for, but he just had to make sure it wasn't a trick." Why you want me to come with you?" The smile he was given was wide and he could feel the happiness pouring off the man, his godfather. More than anything, Harry smiled shyly. He was wanted. Sirius was going to take him away. The choice was easy. He nodded quickly. "Yes please sir." "Padfoot," his godfather said quietly. Harry looked at him in horror. He had only just accepted the offer of a new home and he had already done something wrong. Tears began to prick at the corner of his eyes. He would be punished for sure, maybe he would even be left behind. He wasn't going to cry. Freaks weren't allowed to cry, but traitorous tears began to slip down his cheeks. "Shush pup, it's all right, you don't need to cry." Sirius reached out for him and Harry flinched back. He was going to be hit. "I won't hurt you Harry, I promise." Harry didn't believe him, but he wasn't able to say anything more because Sirius's hands caught him and pulled him towards the man's chest. He stiffened at the touch, but his godfather's arms wrapped round him, holding him in a tight hug, rocking him gently. "It's all right Harry, you're safe and I won't hit you, I promise." After he got over his initial surprise, Harry relaxed into the secure hold. He had never felt so safe, so loved. His own hand buried itself in Padfoot's shirt and he hung on tightly. Soon his tears stopped and Sirius glanced down at him. "Better?" he asked softly. Harry just nodded. "Is there anything you want to keep?" He shook his head. "Okay then, let's go." Carefully he stood, ensuring Harry didn't bump his head on the cupboard door. Once he was standing, he shifted Harry so his godson was balanced carefully on his hip and he quickly exited the house, Harry still holding tight to him with one fist. A quick flick of the wand glamored both of them. It would hold up until they reached the hotel. The night air was cold and Harry shivered against him. He cast a warming charm over his godson and hugged him closer, unable to believe that Harry was here. Harry was safe and with him for the first time in too many years. Harry stiffened slightly, but he soon relaxed and Sirius heard him yawn before a small head came down to rest on his shoulder and Harry drifted off to sleep, safe in his arms. Sirius smiled as he walked. Harry was asleep in his arms for the first time in 5 years and he could feel the love he had for his godson well up inside him. He had failed Harry when he had gone after the rat, but now he could give his godson the loving home he should always have had. He had traveled several miles from Privet Drive on foot. That way, hopefully, nobody would connect the fading apparition trace with Harry's disappearance. He stopped in the shadows under a large oak tree, just back off the road. It was about 4 in the morning, but still an occasional car passed by and he didn't want anyone, even muggles, to spot them. Despite the glamours, it was fairly odd for a man to be walking about with a small child at this time of night. Gently he shook Harry. It wouldn't be a good idea to apparate whilst the child was still asleep. The sensation was rather disconcerting and it would probably make him feel ill if he was still asleep and woke up during the process. Harry blinked sleepily as he was shaken out of sleep. He didn't want to wake up. He had had such a nice dream. He had dreamt that the man had come and taken him away and called himself Harry's godfather. He had felt safe and wanted for the first time in his life and he didn't want to let it go and wake up. The shaking was becoming more insistent and knowing his punishment would only be worse if he didn't wake up soon, not to mention the movement was aggravating his wrist. He pushed back sleep and blinked blearily. "Hey there pup." Sirius's voice was soft and instantly Harry was awake. It hadn't been a dream after all. His godfather, Padfoot or Sirius, he reminded himself, had actually come to fetch him and had taken him away. At that realization he also started to notice his surroundings. It was very dark and he was cold. They were outside somewhere. Shivering he snuggled up against Padfoot, who he now realized was still carrying him securely, soaking in the warmth of the older man. He felt happier than he had ever felt before. He was away from his horrible aunt and uncle and Padfoot had been nice to him and actually seemed to care for him, even though he was a good-for-nothing freak. Noticing his godson's shivers, Sirius pulled Harry closer, trying to keep him as warm as possible. "Harry, I'm going to do something and it will feel odd for a moment, but you don't need to worry, all right? Just hold on tightly and it will all be over very soon, okay?" Harry just nodded and gripped him tightly with one fist. Making a mental note to check his other hand, Sirius took a strong hold of Harry, then he apparated. Harry felt as if he was being squeezed from all sides and pain flared up his wrist. The pressure was only exacerbating the break. Then as suddenly as it started, the sensation stopped and he clung to Sirius, sobbing. Sinking down onto the bed, Sirius hugged Harry tighter, stroking his fingers through the messy mop of hair hoping to calm him. "Shush pup, It's okay. It's over. I'm here. He continued to murmur reassurances and comfort, and slowly the sobs changed into hiccups before finally stopping altogether. Sirius was just about to put Harry down on the bed and go and turn the lights on when Harry spoke. "Sorry, sir." Harry was beginning to worry. He wasn't supposed to cry. Freaks weren't allowed to cry, but he had just cried all over Padfoot, even getting his godfather's shirt wet. He had broken a rule and he was going to be punished. He hoped he wouldn't be sent back. The short time he had spent with Padfoot was already the best time of his life, but he knew even if Padfoot kept him he was going to be hit. "Why are you sorry, pup? And it's Padfoot or Sirius?" He reminded him gently, placing Harry on the bed, dispelling the glamours, then striding over to the wall to turn the lights on as he waited for the answer. Harry bit his lip. There was another thing he had done wrong, but Padfoot didn't seem to know about the rules and he didn't seem to be mad, but it was hard to tell in the dark. Lights winked on and he blinked at the sudden brightness, his eyes trying to adjust to the light. By the time they had, Padfoot had moved back to the bed and was now sitting next to him, waiting for an answer. Harry looked away. "Sorry, sir. I mean Padfoot, and I'm sorry for crying and getting your shirt wet." He waited for the blow, hoping it would be softer though, because he had apologized first. "You don't have to say sorry for that, pup." Padfoot's voice was incredulous and Harry looked up completely startled. "You're not mad?" "No, puppy. I'd never be mad at you for crying." His voice was soft and his gray eyes were pleading as he tried to make Harry understand. "You can cry whenever you want to, even on me, and it is completely fine. I will never be mad at you for crying." Harry looked at him, a question clear in his eyes. Sirius just smiled warmly at him. "Come here, Harry." He opened his arms in invitation, and after a few moments' hesitation Harry shifted across the bed covers towards his godfather and snuggled against his side, only flinching slightly when Padfoot embraced him. He could hardly believe that he wasn't about to be punished, but Padfoot seemed to want him and he didn't seem mad. Cautiously he reached out, trying to see if he could feel the emotions again. It wasn't something he had tried before, but he wanted the reassurance Padfoot wasn't mad and that he wasn't about to hit him, even though he was hugging him. Sometimes Uncle Vernon had pretended to be nice to him but had just done something more horrible. He didn't think Padfoot would do that. He hadn't been nasty yet, but he couldn't be sure. Suddenly emotions surrounded him: concern, protectiveness, happiness, and something he didn't even want to name for fear it would turn out to be a dream. One thing was absolutely certain: Padfoot was not mad with him. Sirius was worried. He had found his godson in some of the most deplorable conditions one could find a child in. Locked in a cupboard, wearing rags, thin, looking more like a 5-year-old than the 6.5 years old he was. Even his parents, who hadn't exactly liked him, had at least given him a bedroom and regular meals. And flinching every time an adult got close was not normal either, as well as saying sorry all the time and for some of the most ridiculous things. He felt guilt well up inside him. He should have been there for Harry, prevented this from happening. He shouldn't have gone after Peter that night. He should have demanded Harry and kept him safe. It was all his fault. The small form of his godson pressing against his side pulled him out of his thoughts. He couldn't change the past, but by Merlin he would be here for Harry now, and nobody, not least those incompetent fools at the ministry, would be able to stop him. That thought reminded him of his earlier worries. "Harry, could I see your hands, please?" he asked quietly. At the wary look he was given he felt complied to add, "I won't hurt you, I promise. I'm just worried and I want to see them, please." After one more wary glance Harry pulled back and slowly extended his hands in front of him, trying not to hiss with pain as his wrist complained. He had learnt long ago to follow the orders of adults. Sirius beeped in a sharp breath as he looked at his godson's wrist. It was immediately apparent what was wrong. The whole of his left wrist was swollen and there was dark purple bruising decorating it, not to mention Harry held it stiffly, at a somewhat odd angle. Sirius knew immediately that it was broken. He had seen too many injuries due to Remus's little furry problem, not to have picked up how to tell what different injuries were. Furthermore, due to the injuries they received as animagi that they couldn't go to the hospital wing for without being found out, all the Marauders had learnt a wide variety of healing spells. "Harry, I'm going to make it better, so just hold still, okay?" Fear filled Harry's eyes and he began to shake in terror. When Uncle Vernon said he would make something better, he always hurt him even more, and his wrist was already extremely painful. Padfoot took out a long thin stick, bringing it closer, and Harry couldn't help but flinch backwards. "Please, sir. Please don't hurt me. I promise I'll be good. Pup, I'll never hurt you, I just want to make it better. Let me help you, please." Sirius's voice was soothing and calm, but what really shocked Harry was that he had actually asked permission. Nobody had ever asked him his permission to do anything relating to him before, especially an adult. He had always been ordered around with no regard for what he wanted or needed. If Padfoot was asking, maybe it meant he wasn't going to hurt him. With a jerky nod, he stretched out his hands again, which he had withdrawn when his godfather had spoken. Padfoot tapped his wrist with the stick, and there was a brief flare of pain before the pain subsided to a dull ache, and slowly the wrist straightened before his eyes. Another tap, and white bandages wrapped themselves securely round his wrist, holding the still tender bones in position. Sirius surveyed the bandages before nodding slowly. He hadn't completely managed to heal the break. It was already old and the wand wasn't working brilliantly for him, but he had done enough to make it a lot more comfortable for Harry. He would create a sling before they left the room in the morning, and the remaining damage would heal the Muggle way. "Thank you," a quiet whisper came from his small godson, and Sirius smiled gently down at him. "You're welcome, puppy." Harry smiled back shyly, and his gaze dropped down to his wrist, which was now swaddled in bandages. It felt so much better, and he could ignore the remaining ache easily. He wondered how Padfoot had managed to make it better. He had never been to the doctors before, so maybe Padfoot was a doctor and the stick was something they used to make people better. It certainly made more sense than thinking it was some sort of magic. He knew magic didn't exist. Uncle Vernon had been very strict on that point, so Padfoot was probably a sort of doctor. He yawned, the late hour catching up with the 6-year-old. Sirius noticed the yawn instantly, and glancing over at the clock, realized it was still around 4 in the morning and that they could both do with a few more hours sleep until the hotel served breakfast. They were fairly safe here. Glancing around the room, he wondered what the best option was. He could put up the small child's bed, or Harry could stay with him in the large hotel bed. Running a hand distractedly through his hair, he realized he didn't know much about his godson or his preferences, so it would probably be easier to ask. "Harry," he said quietly, and the child's head snapped round to look at him. "Do you want to sleep with me tonight, or do you want me to put up the child's bed for you?" Harry bit his lip, considering. He had never been allowed to sleep with an adult before. Dudley was, whenever he had a nightmare, but he always had to stay in his cupboard, and he wanted to keep the feeling of being protected that he had around Padfoot, and if he chose the child's bed he would make work for Padfoot, and that was bad. It would make him more of a burden. "I'd like to stay with you," he said timidly, hoping it was the right answer, but Padfoot just smiled and went to a case where he took out a small pair of pajamas and handed them to him. "Put these on," he instructed whilst he changed into his own pair. Harry stared at the soft fabric in his hands for several seconds before he slowly started to change into them. He had never been given anything that wasn't Dudley's before, and he was extremely surprised when they were only a little bit too big. As soon as he was finished, he sat on the bed, patiently waiting for his godfather to finish. Soon Padfoot was done as well, and he slipped into the bed, holding the covers open, inviting Harry in. Quickly Harry crawled under them, and Padfoot's arm came and captured him, tugging him gently to his side. Harry snuggled up against Sirius, falling asleep very quickly as he relaxed completely in the security and love of his godfather's hold. Sirius smiled tenderly at the small boy who was cuddled up against him, his breathing even and relaxed, showing he had slipped into sleep. Closing his eyes as well, he drifted into the first relaxed sleep he had had since escaping Azkaban. Light shone into the small hotel room, and Harry stirred slightly. He was warm, and for some odd reason he felt completely safe. He could hear the heavy breathing of another person next to him, and he could feel the strong arms that still held him. Blinking away the sleep, he wondered where he was for several moments. He certainly wasn't in his cupboard, and he knew that the Dursleys would never let him sleep in the same bed as them. He wasn't even allowed in their room to clean it. "Harry," he stiffened at the unexpected sound, before relaxing slightly as the memories flooded back. He was no longer at the Dursleys. He had been rescued by his godfather, and he had been shown more kindness in a few hours than he had in nearly 5 years at the Dursleys. The arms holding him tugged him closer until he was resting against Padfoot's chest. He felt completely safe, an alien feeling but one that he still enjoyed and savored. Was this what having a daddy felt like? Sirius sat up slowly, gently lifting Harry up so the boy was sitting in his lap. There were several things he was going to have to explain to Harry before they had breakfast, and he wasn't looking forward to the conversation. However, he knew it was necessary. He would not keep things from his godson, and sooner or later Harry would ask questions, and it would be better if he knew everything, simplified and most of the horror muted, of course. Harry was sitting on his lap, his head resting against his chest, and he smiled at the show of trust. It felt so good to hold his pup once more, a situation he could not have contemplated in Azkaban. He pulled himself out of his wandering thoughts. They would not help him get through the coming conversation, and they didn't have that much time. There was just over 2 hours until the hotel served breakfast, and their ferry left 3 hours after that. He wanted to be off British soil as soon as possible. He cast around his mind, looking for a way to begin. Finally he had it. "Harry, do you know how your parents died?" he asked gently. There was a long pause. Harry hadn't spoken unless addressed first since they had left the Dursleys. Then, "Yes. They were drunks and they had been drinking and got into a car crash which killed them and dumped me with my hardworking relatives." His voice had the monotone of something learnt by rote, something he had heard again and again. Sirius was completely shocked. Those bastards had lied about James and Lily, lied to their orphaned son. Rage welled up inside him. It was bad enough they hadn't told him anything about his parents, but to have lied about the people who gave their lives to protect him, it was despicable. "No, puppy, no," he said fiercely. "Your parents didn't die in a car crash. They were murdered by a bad man. He came to their house and He couldn't go on. Memories that had haunted him every single day in Azkaban rose up again. Seeing the wreck of the cottage, seeing the body of his best friend, his brother in all but blood, lying there amongst the ruin. Going upstairs, the nursery door blown off its hinges, the body of Lily lying in front of the cot, her arms outstretched, begging even in death for her son to be spared. And the knowledge that it was all his fault. If he hadn't suggested the switch, if he had been the keeper, they would still be alive, they wouldn't have died. Harry was almost numb. His parents hadn't died in a car crash, they had been murdered. Why had his aunt and uncle lied to him? He didn't know why, but he believed his godfather. He trusted him much more than he had ever trusted his so-called family. Something else began to intrude on his consciousness, a sense of sadness so vast it was almost overpowering. It was like the emotions he had sensed before. It wasn't his, and he was fairly sure that it came from Padfoot. "Why are you sad, Padfoot?" he asked quietly, ready to move backwards if it looked like he was going to be hit. But no blow came. Instead, Padfoot pulled him closer, tightening his grip. "I miss your parents very, very much, pup." "You do?" The surprise in the small voice was heartbreaking, and Sirius pulled Harry closer, snuggling him against his chest, silently damning the Dursleys who had dared tell such lies and had been so unfeeling towards his godson. "Every day, Harry, every day." "Because they were murdered." Harry stumbled over the unfamiliar word. That more than anything pulled Sirius out of his memories. If Harry could talk about this, he could too. He owed it to Lily and James. Their son should know how they died to save him. He beeped in a deep breath. "Yes, pup, there was a bad wizard called Voldemort. Magic isn't real." Harry spoke up, the fear in his eyes but the determination clear in his voice. It had been a lesson pounded into him. There was no such thing as magic or witches or wizards. He knew this, and although speaking was against the rules, mentioning magic was a worse thing to do, and he was prepared to take the punishment for interrupting, even though Padfoot hadn't punished him yet because he didn't want the beating he would get for listening about magic. "Did your aunt and uncle tell you that?" Sirius asked softly, trying to keep his rage from showing. Not only had they lied about his parents, they had lied about what he was, and from the looks of it, punished him as well, for mentioning it or hearing about it. At the affirmative nod he sighed. "They lied, pup. Magic is real. Your parents were a witch and wizard. I'm a wizard and you are one too." He watched as Harry's eyes became almost impossibly big, but then Harry shook his head, a blank mask slipping down over his face. It was obvious Harry was not going to believe him without proof. Clearly something had happened in that house to make him scared of magic. Harry, if I prove magic is real, will you believe me? Harry thought about it, his teeth worrying his bottom lip. Magic didn't exist and he couldn't be a wizard, but if magic did, could he be a wizard? He didn't know, but he decided it wouldn't hurt to agree. Padfoot couldn't show him magic anyway. Padfoot hadn't punished him when he was talking about magic, and he knew he wasn't supposed to disagree with adults. Tentatively he nodded, hoping it was the right response. However, Padfoot just smiled warmly at him and reached for the stick he had used to make his wrist better the night before. He pointed it at the suitcase in the corner of the room, and slowly it rose into the air before changing color and being lowered to the floor. Then Padfoot tapped the card on the bedside table, turning it into a mouse and back again. Harry's eyes grew almost impossibly wide and he turned to look back at Padfoot, who was grinning at him. "It's really real," he said, his voice full of wonder. Sirius nodded and hugged Harry tightly, relieved the Dursleys hadn't managed to get rid of Harry's sense of wonder with the world around him. His mood soured though as he remembered the reason he had to explain magic to Harry, Lily and James's deaths. Harry, it seemed, had also remembered. Turning emerald eyes on his godfather, he paused as if wondering if he should continue, and at Sirius's soft prompt he pulled in his courage and spoke, "My mummy and daddy." Sirius smiled sadly. "There was a bad wizard called Voldemort, and he didn't like your mummy and daddy because they were good wizards and they tried to stop him. When you were born they hid so that he couldn't find him, and they cast a spell to hide them. They had 2 friends who agreed to help them, and they would hide them. But one of the friends, called Pettigrew, was bad and he told Voldemort where your mummy and daddy were hidden, and Voldemort came to their house on Halloween and killed them. When the good friend realized what Pettigrew had done, he went after him, but Pettigrew faked his death and made it look like the good friend had betrayed your mummy and daddy." Harry frowned, tears beginning to well up in his eyes as he heard the real story of his parents' deaths for the first time, complete with the betrayal and the story of Sirius's imprisonment. "Like when Dudley broke the vase and told Aunt Petunia I did it and I got punished?" Harry asked quietly. Sirius nodded instantly, relieved Harry had some way to understand his imprisonment, even though he hated he had such a parallel at the same time. Harry was silent for several moments, absorbing the true story, then he started to sob, tears running down his cheeks. Sirius held him close, letting Harry bury his face in his chest as he cried for the parents he had never known. Several minutes later the sobs subsided to hiccups and he looked up at Sirius, using his eyes to ask whether he could ask a question. "You don't have to ask that," he said softly, "you can ask questions whenever you like." "Yes, sir, Padfoot," he amended hurriedly as he saw Sirius draw breath. "Did they love me?" he asked, his quiet voice trembling. Sirius tightened his grip. "More than anything, puppy, more than anything." Harry smiled, although tears still prickled in his eyes. His parents loved him, he had been loved, he had had a family, but they were gone now. That caused him to start crying again. It wasn't fair. Why did the bad man kill them? Why did they send him to his aunt and uncle? He hid his face in Padfoot's shirt once more as he cried, his small body shaking with the force of the sobs. Softly Sirius stroked his back as he held him, letting him cry. Finally the tears ceased and another question came to Harry: what happened to the good friend? He was put in prison and he stayed there for nearly 5 years. Then he broke out because he could feel his godson was hurt, and he came and rescued his godson from his cupboard and his nasty aunt and uncle. Harry's eyes were getting wider and wider as Sirius continued to speak, "And I am going to hide with my godson and look after him and love him." Absolute wonder shone in Harry's face as Sirius finished. "You were the good friend," he whispered. Sirius merely smiled sadly and nodded. "And you love me?" he asked, wanting the answer to be yes so badly it hurt, but at the same time hiding the fear that this was all too good to be true and that Padfoot was talking about someone else. "Yes, Harry, I love you more than my own life." There was a pause as Harry absorbed that statement. Reaching out he felt love swirling around to surround him, cocooning him in its warmth. It was true, he realized. Padfoot loved him, even though he was a freak, even though he knew he didn't deserve love. Sirius's arms tightened around him, pulling him against his chest, and Harry burrowed into his godfather's hold, an expression of pure joy on his small face. Sirius softly keyed the boy's messy hair and Harry snuggled deeper into the hug, sure for the first time in 5 years that he was actually wanted. They sat like that, Harry curled up in Sirius's lap, held in a gentle embrace, for several moments, before the sharp ringing of the alarm clock drew Sirius's attention back to the time. There was an hour before breakfast started and they needed to get ready to go, and he needed to explain to Harry about how they were hiding and what they were going to do. "Harry," he said quietly, and his godson's head snapped up, giving him his undivided attention. "You know I said I broke out of prison." Harry nodded. "It means that there are people who are looking for me and they would send me back to prison and you to your aunt if they found us." Harry started to shake. "I don't want you to be taken away," he whimpered. "You're the only person who is nice to me." Sirius softly stroked the little boy's hair and cuddled him close, murmuring reassurances, trying to calm him. Slowly the shaking stopped, although Harry stayed firmly in his lap, making no move to escape, his eyes fearful. "I'm not going anywhere," Sirius murmured once more, holding Harry tightly. "To ensure they won't catch us, we are going to live in France and be disguised. I'm going to cast a spell so we look different, and we are going to use different names when we are in public, and they won't catch us and take you away." "They won't take you away?" Harry asked in a small voice. "I promise they won't take me away, puppy. Now, I think you need a bath and some new clothes before we have breakfast." Harry let Sirius pick him up and carry him into the bathroom. Padfoot wasn't going to go away and he was going to get new clothes. The only clothes he had owned had belonged to Dudley, and he was going to be given clothes that Dudley hadn't worn and that might fit. Did they even make clothes that were his size? He didn't know, but the pajamas Padfoot had given him last night had only been a little too big, so maybe the new clothes would be similar. The water crashed into the tub and Harry watched in bemusement as it started to steam. Baths were always cold when Aunt Petunia decided he was dirty enough to need washing, so why was the water steaming? He didn't have time to wonder as Padfoot turned the tap off and reached out to help him out of his pajamas. Soon he found himself sitting in a bath with warm water surrounding him. Experimentally he dragged a hand through the water, finding nothing but warmth. A grin spread across his face as he was handed the soap and he started to wash himself. Padfoot helped him with his back, and gently washed his hair, placing a hand over his forehead to prevent the shampoo from running down into his eyes, something Aunt Petunia never bothered with, and it felt nice not to have stinging eyes at the end of the bath. However, he was confused when Padfoot took out another packet. "It's going to change the color of your hair for a few days so that people don't recognize you," he explained in response to the questioning look. Soon Harry's hair took on a light brown hue and Sirius lifted him out of the bath, swaddling him in a large fluffy towel. The new hair color lessened the painful resemblance to James. Sirius hadn't noticed it the previous night, so much had happened, but he had received a large shock this morning when he first got a proper look at Harry. Sirius retrieved a set of clothes for Harry from the case in the main room, and as Harry dressed he dealt with his own hair and put in his contacts. By the time he was finished, Harry was wearing a red t-shirt with a picture of a lion and a pair of dark blue denim shorts and a small pair of trainers. They were a bit big, but they were a heck of a lot better than the rags he had been wearing the previous night. With a wave of his wand and a muttered incantation, the bandages were replaced on the boy's wrist. Then, quickly Sirius got dressed, and with a flick of his wand the case was packed, only the rucksack outside it, everything ready to go straight after breakfast. The only thing he had to do was think of a name for Harry. He had booked the hotel under the name Patrick Evans. It was a fairly common Muggle surname, plus it honored Lily, but he needed a first name for Harry. Neither Harry nor James would be suitable, both would raise flags if anyone managed to trace them here. "What's your favorite name, pup?" Harry tilted his head considering. "Ben," he finally decided. Sirius smiled at him. "Then you are going to be Ben Evans when we are in public. Think you can remember that?" As Harry nodded, Sirius waved his wand, glamoring both of them, and a second wave changed their passports so they now contained their new faces and names. That done, he reached down and took Harry's hand, enfolding the boy's small hand in his. Then they headed down to breakfast. "Padfoot," Harry tugged at Sirius's arm, his small face worried. He didn't know what his godfather would want for breakfast, and he was already late to start cooking. He hoped that Padfoot wouldn't get mad when it took him some time to make it, and he hoped he knew how to make whatever it was. "Yes, Ben?" Sirius asked, smiling down at the very earnest young boy, but also subtly reminding him about the switch in names. His godson's forehead furrowed for a moment before understanding dawned in his eyes. "What do you want for breakfast?" Sirius was a bit taken aback, and it must have shown because Harry paused for a moment before continuing to speak. "I need to know what I'm supposed to make." He glanced around. "And could you tell me where the kitchen is, please, Padfoot?" "You don't have to cook for me, puppy," he exclaimed, but keeping his voice quiet. Despite his shock, he was acutely aware that there were people who could overhear. Call him paranoid, but he was not going to take chances. He was a fugitive on the run with his rescued, kidnapped according to the authorities' godson, and any mistakes could be costly, and they would have a cost he was not willing to pay. "But I always cook for my aunt and uncle." The confusion was obvious in his voice, and Sirius gave into the impulse to pull Harry against him protectively. No child should have to cook for the adults, whether they were their parents or not, and Harry was only 6. He would have only just been able to reach the stove, and he must have been hurt. It was dangerous for such a young child to cook. It was the simple expectation that sentence revealed that worried Sirius the most, though. His godson must have been cooking for a long time to build up that kind of idea, so he must have been cooking since he was 3 or 4, and that didn't sit well with Sirius. Not only had his precious godson been kept in a cupboard and physically abused, he had also been used as labor as well. The Dursleys were lucky he was on the run, he thought darkly. That would prevent him from going there and committing the murders he had been imprisoned for. Realizing Harry was still waiting for an answer, he pulled his mind away from that train of thought. "You will never have to cook for me, pup. I'm the grown-up and I cook for you, or buy you a meal." "But it's my job." "No, puppy, it is not your job with me, and it should never have been your job in the first place. I am the adult and I look after you, and that includes doing the cooking, the cleaning, and getting you proper clothes." Sirius hadn't missed the amazement in Harry's eyes when he mentioned new clothes, and having seen rags his godson had been wearing, he had quickly deduced the Dursleys had never bought him anything. "It's my job, not yours." Harry considered this for several seconds before a shy smile spread over his face. Not having to do the cooking, all the cleaning and getting new clothes, he hadn't even considered that might be possible. Even if he was taken away, he would be able to play and have fun. He wouldn't get toys, of course. He was a burden, no matter how nice Padfoot was being, but if he didn't have chores to do, there was so much he would be able to do. He could climb trees, run around, act out stories, play made-up games, the list was endless. "I'd like that, Padfoot." His godfather smiled at him and ruffled his hair before taking his hand once more. They made their way into the main dining area of the hotel. A long table almost groaning with the weight of the assorted foodstuffs ran along the back wall, and a selection of tables of differing sizes filled the rest of the room. It was to the table at the back Sirius headed to immediately, although he noticed Harry's smile had dimmed somewhat and his godson was avoiding looking at the food. He narrowed his eyes when he saw this, correctly deducing the somewhat strange behavior was down to those damn Dursleys, but didn't act on it any further. He was aware that until they were safely in the French chateau tonight, they couldn't attract more than a passing interest, and a scene in the middle of a hotel would be more than counterproductive. With that in mind, Sirius quickly selected breakfast for the two of them: 2 bowls of cereal, some toast and some bacon, scrambled egg and mushrooms. Then he headed to a small table, just outside of the line of sight from the door, Harry following him. He placed the tray on the table, putting the smaller portions in front of Harry. His godson's eyes widened as his gaze took in the food, then his eyes flicked up to Sirius. "Eat up, puppy." Harry's eyes, if it were possible, grew even wider at this statement. "This food is for me," he whispered. At his godfather's nod, he slowly picked up his spoon, and, his eyes constantly moving towards Sirius as if waiting for the order to stop, started to eat his cereal. When no such order came, he relaxed his somewhat stiff posture and he started to eat more comfortably. It was only then Sirius started on his own breakfast. Albus Dumbledore was not usually a troubled man. He possessed a great intellect and an equally great magical strength. However, ever since the news of Sirius Black's escape had reached him, he had been more than a little uneasy. Black had been the last person he would have suspected to go over to Voldemort, but all the evidence pointed in that direction and he had been forced to accept his betrayal. But the news of the escape was even more worrisome. Azkaban should drive anyone insane, particularly ones who had memories of a war to relieve, yet Black had somehow managed to retain enough of his sanity to achieve the impossible: escape Azkaban. It should have been impossible, and after 5 years nobody, yet alone Voldemort's right-hand man and spy, who must have witnessed and caused countless atrocities, should have possessed enough presence of mind to formulate a workable plan and execute it. But Black had vanished, the cell had been empty. Nobody had come to the island that day, so there had been no outside help. He had no contact with the outside world for 5 years, and he had been in maximum security, without a wand, and he had still managed to disappear in a single night. Even with his full mental prowess he had no idea of how Black had managed it, and that troubled him. The timing as well was odd. Had Black realized he had broken out on Halloween, 5 years after his greatest betrayal? If it was a coincidence, it was a rather sinister one, and if it was deliberate, it showed either a strange sort of pleasure in their deaths or the fall of his master, or it showed how his mind had become twisted, and that in itself was a frightening prospect. A deranged murderer with nothing to lose, and everything to gain. But even worse was wondering what Black would do now. 5 years in Azkaban must have had some sort of influence on the man. Nobody could stay that long around Dementors without being affected, and he knew Black possessed great magical power. James Potter and Black had been responsible for fully half of the Death Eater kills or captures in the Order. Combined with his intelligence, turned more towards pranks in his Hogwarts days, but formidable nonetheless, Black was a dangerous opponent. That, added on to the unpredictability of the madness Azkaban had to have exerted on him, meant that they had no way of knowing what Black would do, which made him the greatest current threat to the wizarding world. There were 2 main possibilities, however. He could go after his master, and if he did, the Second War would come far faster than Dumbledore would like, and Harry was not old enough to fulfill the prophecy. The other possibility, and the more frightening one, was that Black would try to finish the job he had started that Halloween night. If he found Harry and killed him, there would be no chance of defeating Voldemort. He was sure the wards he had erected would keep Black out. Nobody with the dark mark, or any follower of Voldemort, could enter, but it wouldn't hurt to visit, just to check. Minerva had been ragging at him to visit for the last several months. She was still concerned about the Dursleys and their treatment of Harry. He was aware they didn't provide the loving home he had hoped they would, but it would mean that Harry would be more likely to sacrifice his own happiness for the wizarding world and fulfill the prophecy. It was for the greater good. He hadn't managed to free any time from Hogwarts in the last week, but he should be able to visit this afternoon. It was only for his peace of mind. He was sure nothing would be wrong, but he had to check himself. He couldn't wait for Arabella's monthly report. It would be this afternoon then, he decided, and, he mused as he beeped on a drop, it would get Minerva off his back. In Dover, Sirius was holding tightly to Harry's hand as he introduced the boy to his first toy shop. He didn't want to lose track of Harry in the crowds. He need not have worried. Harry made no move to leave his side. He seemed completely content to look, not making a single move to touch anything. It was almost as if he didn't even consider it possible that Sirius was actually going to buy him something. Glancing down at his godson's rapt expression as he drank in the sight of all the toys, Sirius decided that he would select some simple things for Harry, to get the boy accustomed to the idea he was being bought toys, before he let Harry choose a few items. With that in mind, he picked up a coloring book and a pack of crayons, followed by a box of travel games. He would let Harry choose a cuddly toy and a couple of books. They couldn't take anything more in the rucksack. He led Harry over to the far wall of the shop, which was filled with shelf upon shelf of cuddly toys, a smile on his face as he watched his godson's eyes rove over the toys, feeling flickers of excitement and wonder over the bond as the boy stared at them. "Which one do you want?" Harry's mouth fell open and he gazed up at his godfather in complete and utter shock. Surely he hadn't heard that correctly. Surely Padfoot hadn't actually asked him to choose a toy. He was a freak and a burden. He never got toys. He had never been allowed to even touch Dudley's broken things, let alone any of the new ones. It had been one of the rules. But Padfoot didn't seem to know about the rules, or he didn't obey them. He flinched as his godfather bent down and lifted him up, but he soon relaxed as he realized Padfoot wasn't going to hit him. Instead, he was showing him the toys that were on the higher shelves. "Do you like any of these, pup?" his godfather asked, and Harry couldn't believe his ears. He had been perfectly happy just looking. However, Padfoot hadn't lied to him, so perhaps he was actually going to get one. "I get a toy," he whispered, not able to believe it, but his godfather just nodded. "Which one, puppy?" he asked again. Harry looked over at all the numerous toys, and a small gray wolf with bright blue eyes caught his eyes, and shyly he pointed towards it, still not really expecting Padfoot to get it for him, but his godfather just smiled at him and plucked the wolf from the shelf, handing it to Harry. Incredulously he held it, his fingers sinking into the soft fur. "Mine." "Yours," Sirius confirmed. "Now what are you going to call him?" Harry tilted his head, considering. Moony, he finally decided. It was a name that had swum up from deep within his memory, and he didn't quite know where it came from. Almost certainly from before the Dursleys, although he couldn't really remember his life from before, but he knew the name belonged to a wolf, and he decided that it would do for his wolf. His attention was fixed firmly on his first toy, so he missed his godfather's start of surprise at the name. Sirius was surprised he had managed to remember the name, much less associate it with a wolf. They had never mentioned Remus's furry little problem in front of Harry, and at that age he shouldn't have remembered it even if they had. How then had Harry known the name belonged to a wolf? His attention was pulled back to his godson as Harry nestled against him, murmuring his thanks. "You're welcome, pup. Now let's go and buy you a couple of books before we get on the boat." Harry's eyes widened, and he was sure Padfoot had made a mistake. Being given Moony was already so much more than he had ever expected, but books as well, that couldn't be right. It was then he noticed the coloring book, crayons and box of games that Sirius was already holding. Were those for him as well? He felt guilt fill him. These toys were new and would cost a lot, and he was being a burden, and he knew that was bad. Aunt Petunia had always told him he was a burden before she shut him in his cupboard. "You don't have to get me any books, Padfoot," he said quietly. "I know I don't, puppy," Sirius replied gently, "but I want to get you some. It doesn't look like your aunt and uncle ever bought you anything." Harry nodded. "I'm a freak and a burden, and freaks don't deserve toys," he recited with the air of someone stating a fact that is so obvious they don't understand why people didn't know about it. Sirius was appalled. How could anyone teach a little boy that they were a freak? "You are not a freak, pup, and you definitely deserve toys," he stated fiercely, tightening his hold on his godson and hugging the small boy. "I do." The confusion in his voice was awful to hear, and Sirius felt his heart shatter. "Yes, puppy, yes. Your aunt and uncle were being bad when they told you that you didn't. They were lying." Harry nodded slowly when he stopped speaking. "So I'm not a burden." A nod from Sirius, or a freak, another nod, or a Del in Kiet, he finished, and his godfather nodded. "You were none of those things, and they lied when they told you that you were. You are my godson, my child, and I love you very, very much." A grin gradually grew on Harry's face, and the little boy beamed up at him, joy written plainly on his features and flowing through the bond. Sirius took his hand again and led him over to the bookcase, and with a bit of help Harry chose 2 books, The Adventures of Paddington Bear and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Sirius didn't have much knowledge of Muggle children's literature, but according to Harry the second book was the book they would be reading in his class after Christmas, and if either was too hard he supposed that he could always read them to his godson. Once everything had been paid for, his godson's eye had widened at the total, and placed into Harry's backpack. They only had an hour and a half until their ferry left, and it was over a mile to the docks. Sirius knew at Harry's age that was a reasonably long distance to walk, so once they were out of the toy shop and they were not hemmed in by people and shelves, he bent down so he was nearer Harry's level. "Would you like a ride on my shoulders, pup?" Harry considered the offer for approximately 1 second before nodding enthusiastically. Sirius grinned at him, then he scooped him up, hoisting his godson up onto his shoulders. Harry laughed aloud in his delight as he was swung up, then settled in place, his eyes roving around, looking at everything from this new, higher level. "Hold on," Sirius warned as he started walking. It would probably take about half an hour to reach the docks, but they would then only have to wait an hour before they were heading off British soil. He felt his spirits rise. They were nearly away and Harry was safe and happy. There wasn't much else he could ask for. Boarding for the 11:03 ferry to Calais, France is now open. The speakers crackled as the announcement filled the lounge where passengers waited for their boat to arrive. Sirius glanced up. That was their ferry, and he was relieved it had finally arrived. They had gone through passport control and customs, a nervous affair for him, but it had gone off without a hitch, and now he was impatient to get off British soil. Harry on the other hand had been completely unaffected by the tenseness of his godfather. He had been filled with nothing but bubbly excitement and wonder ever since they had entered the terminal. The lounge they were sitting in overlooked the port and the ocean, and Harry had spent the last half hour with his face pressed up against the glass watching the boats come and go as he saw the sea for the first time. Sirius reached over and tapped his godson's shoulder, bringing the child's attention back to him. Instantly Harry glanced up, fear flickering though the bond, and internally Sirius cursed those damned Dursleys and what they had done to make his godson so afraid. "Our fairy is here, pup, and we need to get on." The fear vanished to be replaced by excitement, and Harry immediately stood, his rucksack firmly on his back, his eyes pleading for his godfather to hurry. Sirius chuckled and clambered to his feet, holding out his hand for the small boy to take, the other carrying the suitcase. Harry's excitement was infectious, and that made it a little easier for Sirius to relax and enjoy the moment. Nerves and anticipation rose with every step he took towards the boat. They would not be out of danger completely once they were in France, but a large part would be gone. However, if they were to escape without attracting notice, he had to prevent the tension he felt from showing, and Harry made that easier. He bounced along, his excitement obvious and completely genuine, unconsciously tugging at his godfather's hand as he moved, and watching him Sirius could forget some of his worry and as he enjoyed seeing his godson so happy and carefree. Once they had boarded the ferry, Harry headed straight for the window and stared out at the waves lapping against the hull far below. Seeing the longing and amazement in the child's eyes, an idea came to Sirius, and he was sure it would make his godson happy. "Once the boat leaves we will be able to go up onto the deck. Would you like to do that?" Harry's eyes grew as big as saucers and he nodded. "Yes please, Padfoot." Sirius smiled down at him before guiding the boy to a seat while they waited for the boat to depart. Harry looked round the interior of the ferry in amazement. He had never had such a good day in his life. He hadn't been hit, he had been hugged, he had been given a breakfast so large it contained more food than his aunt would give him in a day, he had been bought toys, seen the sea, he was going on a boat. Padfoot was still with him and had told him that he loved him. He didn't quite understand what that meant. He knew it was good, and as such had only been given to Dudley, and it was something mummies and daddies said to their children. That meant Padfoot was like a daddy then. He decided he liked that idea. He had always wanted a daddy. He had known his mummy was dead, but Aunt Petunia had never said anything about his daddy, so he had hoped his daddy was still alive and would come and get him. That was why he thought Padfoot was his daddy at first, but now he knew that they were both dead. He knew he would never have them. But he did have Padfoot now. He knew he was his godfather, and although he didn't know what that was, he hoped it meant Padfoot would be like his daddy even though he wasn't really. He glanced up at his godfather to find Padfoot watching him, a smile on his face. "What is it, pup?" he asked softly. Padfoot had asked the question first, so it must be all right to ask one of his own. "Are you going to be like my daddy?" Padfoot reached out for him and placed him on his lap, hugging him tightly. "Yes, puppy. I can't replace James, but I love you and will care for you like he would." Harry snuggled deeper into Padfoot's arms. Padfoot wasn't his daddy, but he was as good as one, and he was completely content with that. It didn't stop him from missing his mummy and daddy though. With that thought he knew he was being bad. Aunt Petunia had said he was ungrateful whenever he missed them, and Padfoot had done so much more for him, so he was being extremely ungrateful, particularly when Padfoot had just said he would be like his daddy. Hot tears welled up. He was being bad when Padfoot had been so kind to him. Why did he have bad thoughts? He wanted to be good so Padfoot would continue to love him and so he could be nice to Padfoot, but instead he couldn't stop himself from being bad. He tried to push the tears down. He wasn't going to cry, but a small sniffle escaped. Instantly Sirius looked down, concern filling him as he gazed at the small boy sitting in his lap. He had thought Harry was happy, and he knew his godson had been happy no more than a few minutes ago. Looking at the child now, it was obvious Harry was trying very hard not to cry. He tightened his arms, rocking Harry gently and murmuring words of comfort. For Harry that made it worse. He was being bad, but Padfoot was comforting him. It wasn't right. He didn't deserve the comfort Padfoot was giving him. It broke through his restraints and tears began to slide down his face. "Shush, pup. It's all right. I'm here. It's all right," Sirius murmured over and over again. Harry hid his face in his godfather's shirt, trying to hide. He kept on being bad and he couldn't stop himself, and Padfoot was being nothing but nice. His tears increased and he refused to raise his head. Sirius was becoming increasingly worried. Harry wasn't calming down and wasn't responding to the comfort in any way. He could feel how upset his godson was, but he still had no idea what was wrong. He could feel wetness seeping through his shirt, clear evidence Harry was still crying. "What's wrong, puppy?" he asked gently, still holding the child close. The tears were slowing, but Harry didn't move his head from the position against his chest. "I being bad," came the muffled reply. "How are you being bad, pup?" Sirius asked softly. He didn't think that Harry had done anything that could be constituted as bad so far, and he was now fairly sure Harry had broken one of his relative's ridiculous and awful rules, and he wouldn't be able to sort it out until he knew precisely what normal childish thing counted as an offense. "I'm ungrateful." Harry didn't add the freak that usually accompanied the statement. Padfoot had told him that he wasn't a freak, and he didn't want to make Padfoot any madder than he was already going to be. "How are you ungrateful?" Padfoot's next question surprised him, and Harry lifted his head. Usually the answer he had just given would see him sent to his cupboard. His aunt never asked why he was ungrateful. She was usually the one who told him why, or he had broken a rule in her hearing. But Padfoot didn't seem to know about the rules, and those he did know about he promptly told Harry they were not rules with him. But still, being ungrateful, particularly for this reason, was a bad offense that would give him a day in his cupboard at least. He was sure to be punished, but he couldn't disobey an order. "I miss Mummy and Daddy," he whispered. Sirius felt disgust well up inside him. Of all the things that could be bad or ungrateful, missing his parents should not have been one. Harry should never, ever have been told it was. "That is not being ungrateful," he said, his voice strained. "That is completely natural, and you are not being ungrateful in any way because you miss them. They were your parents, puppy. Of course you miss them." His voice was much softer now. "I miss them too, and it is not bad to miss them." "Really, really," Sirius promised as he gently lifted Harry's head with one hand, wiping the remaining tears away with his fingers, and when he was done he softly kissed the child's forehead and cuddled him close. Harry smiled and burrowed deeper into his godfather's hold. He hadn't been bad after all. It was very different staying with Padfoot, but he had already decided it was far, far better than living with his aunt and uncle. He was allowed to miss his parents. Padfoot was like a daddy, and he didn't have to do chores. Dudley might have had a lot of toys, and he used to wish he would be given toys too, but he didn't care about that now. He had something much better than the most wonderful toy in the world. He had Padfoot. And as his godfather continued to hold him, Harry knew that being wrapped Padfoot's arms was the best place to be in the entire world. Albus Dumbledore felt the first faint twinges of unease as he turned the corner into Privet Drive and first caught sight of number 4. Few people knew, but Dumbledore had the ability to see magic. It was one aspect that helped him portray his seeming omniscience, and he could see immediately that the blood wards were fading. They were nearly at the level he had first seen them, before Petunia had accepted Harry into her home. He pushed that observation away. There couldn't be anything wrong. Very little was known about blood wards after all. Perhaps the surge in strength he had seen that morning had just been the magic responding to Harry, or maybe they only came up to full strength when there was a threat. There was no reason to suspect that anything was wrong. But still, his pace quickened almost involuntarily as he covered the last few meters to the door of number 4, and he knocked on the door slightly more sharply than he had originally intended. There was a slight delay, then the door was yanked open by a thin woman, dressed impeccably in the latest fashions for a woman her age. Dumbledore assumed that this must be Petunia. He had never actually met the woman, but he saw no reason for anyone else to have answered the door, although he had to admit he would have never guessed this woman was Lily's sister. Petunia had no resemblance to her sister whatsoever. The woman's face blanched and her eyes widened as she took in the figure of Albus Dumbledore standing resplendent in full wizard robes on her nice normal doorstep. Not to mention those particular robes were also mauve and decorated with large silver stars. "What do you want?" she hissed. "I want nothing to do with any of your freakish world." Inwardly Dumbledore frowned. It was obvious she had not got over her bitterness. If anything, it had become worse, but he forced a smile onto his face and pushed the thought away. "I merely desire to check on Harry," he said, allowing his eyes to twinkle as he spoke with a voice of pure reasonableness. Petunia sniffed disdainfully. "You can't. My dear lady, I'm afraid I must insist. It is a matter of the utmost importance. Without pausing for a reply, he swept past her and into the house, ignoring her as she closed the door with a snap. You can't check on him, so I would prefer it if you left my house immediately. Her voice was so sharp it would have curdled new milk. I must check on Harry, Dumbledore explained, a note of impatience creeping into his voice. If you would kindly show me where he is, I can leave your home as soon as possible. With a glower on her features, Petunia turned so she was facing the wizard directly. You can't check on him because he isn't here, she said crisply. Now if you would leave. Understanding dawned. Harry would be a Muggle primary school, of course. He wouldn't be able to check on the boy until the afternoon classes had ended and he returned. I apologize for the misunderstanding, but I am happy to wait until he returns from school. He moved towards the sitting room with the intention of making himself at home for an hour or so. That won't make any difference, the boy isn't at school. Then where is he? Dumbledore spoke more sharply than he intended, and she shrank back at the tone but still managed to speak with an uncaring tone as she replied. I haven't the faintest idea. He wasn't in his cupboard this morning when I went to wake him. He's vanished, and I say good riddance. We never wanted that freak to darken our doorstep in the first place, and if you return him, he is going straight to an orphanage. Dumbledore didn't hear the second part of the sentence. His mind was firmly fixed on the two words, he's vanished. Somehow Harry had disappeared from behind all his protections. He felt a coldness settle on his chest. What do you mean? For the first time his voice lost some of its self-assured confidence. Petunia merely regarded him disdainfully. He's gone. He wasn't there this morning, and the door was open even though I bolted it last night. He's vanished into thin air, and frankly I couldn't be happier. Good day to you. She turned her back on him and swept proudly out of the room, closing the kitchen door firmly behind her. Albus stood in the hallway completely shocked. He didn't even register when Petunia left. His whole being was focused on the words she had spoken. Harry was gone, vanished, and there was no way the little boy would have been able to manage that by himself. It couldn't be true, it wasn't possible, but Petunia had not been lying. He had scanned her mind and seen the truth for himself, but it was impossible, it couldn't have happened. But, a very nasty little voice in the back of his mind brought him up short. You would have said once that escaping Azkaban was impossible. Had Black taken Harry? It seemed too odd to be a coincidence. Black had vanished without a trace, and now Harry appeared to have done the same thing only a week after Black had escaped. That thought frightened him. If Harry was in Black's hands, there was no telling what could happen, or if Harry was even alive. He clamped down on the rising panic, and his wand swept in a complex motion as he sent out detection spell after detection spell. He found himself holding his breath as the results came back. There were faint traces of magic in the house, but they were so slight there was no way to discern who had cast the magic, or it could quite simply be residual signs from various outbursts of accidental magic. There certainly was no evidence of a recent large burst which could have caused the disappearance, or any evidence of anyone extracting Harry with magic. That thought gave him a tiny shred of hope as he waited for the other results. Maybe Black hadn't been here either. His cell had no traces of magic either. The small voice spoke up again as he waited for the information from the wards. The information he received from them was disquieting. Somebody had crossed them at around 10 p.m. the previous night, and they had started to collapse just after 3 a.m. and a few minutes after somebody had left the house and Harry had been with them. Ever since then the wards had been slowly but steadily collapsing. Keeping a sharp grip on his emotions, it would do no good staying here, and he could not allow him to give up hope or panic. He left the house and apparated back to Hogwarts. He would have to use everything he had at his disposal to find the boy so he could fulfill his destiny and the wizarding world would be saved. He could only pray he would be in time and that Harry, wherever he was not already dead. Little did he know that Harry was the happiest he had ever been in his life as he sat in his godfather's lap, completely content as he read one of his new books, or that the man holding him close would do everything in his power to keep Harry safe, and to love and protect him. Sirius sat contentedly in the train, a smile on his face as he watched his godson. They had reached France right on schedule. Harry's excitement, which had dimmed during the ungrateful conversation, restored to full glory upon going on deck and arriving in France. They passed safely through customs, and Sirius had felt some of the weight he had been carrying since escaping Azkaban lift. they had made it, and barring anything stupid happening they would be safe for the time being. They headed to the nearest train station, but when Sirius had seen the train he had intended to get on, he had been struck suddenly by a wave of foreboding. It had been a wave so strong that it had made him pause, and warnings had started to scream in his mind. Disconcerted, he had decided that they would go and have lunch before getting on the next train, which left an hour after the first. As soon as the decision had been made, the warnings receded somewhat, but they only vanished after the train had left. The incident had been more than a little odd, but Sirius was not going to take any chances when it came to his godson, and anything that helped him protect Harry he would welcome with open arms. The second train had come with absolutely no misgivings, and they had boarded it quite happily, although Sirius knew it would be a 6-hour journey to travel to the south of France where the chateau was located. The journey so far had been pleasant. Harry had sat on his lap whilst he started to read Paddington Bear, and the child had read one chapter before he had almost reverently placed the book back into his backpack before withdrawing the coloring book and crayons, settling down with the first picture. Sirius couldn't help but watch Harry, joy filling him as he saw and felt the happiness that surrounded his godson. Harry's movements were slowing as the late night and the excitement of the day finally caught up with him. Very carefully he placed the crayons back in their packet, making sure they were in the correct order before closing the lid. He also treated his coloring book with the same care, gently closing the book before placing each item back in the backpack with exquisite care. The small rucksack contained all the toys he owned in the entire world, and he was not going to do anything to damage them. He had been wary of coloring in the book until Padfoot had reassured him it was all right, and even then he had tried his hardest to make it as neat as possible. Yawning quietly, he extracted Mooney and hugged the small wolf to his chest. He was really very sleepy, but he wondered whether Padfoot would mind if he went to sleep on his lap. Padfoot had been very nice and had allowed him to sit on his lap the entire journey in the train, and he allowed Harry to sleep with him last night, but was it all right to go to sleep in his lap? Harry wanted the answer to be yes. He felt very safe when Padfoot held him, and he was a bit scared of going to sleep on the train. He had never been on a train before. It was very exciting, but it also went very fast and it made a strange clackety noise, and that was little scary. Also, everyone else was speaking a strange language and he couldn't understand it. Padfoot could, and he had told Harry that it was called French and he would soon be able to speak it too, but it still worried him. He wasn't sure he could go to sleep without Padfoot, and he was really very sleepy. He yawned again, but this time the low sound attracted Sirius's attention. He glanced down, his expression gentle as he saw that Harry's eyelids were drooping and that the boy was struggling to stay awake. "Tired, puppy?" he asked softly, and a yawn was the only response. Chuckling quietly, he wrapped his arms around Harry, gently pulling his godson closer so the boy was resting against his chest. Harry snuggled up against him, but remembering he had yet to ask permission, he raised his head slightly. "See, and I sweep in Wylap paw, foo." His voice was quiet, barely more than a sleepy murmur, but Sirius understood. "Course you can, puppy," he replied tenderly. Satisfied he wasn't breaking any rules or doing anything bad, Harry cuddled up against Sirius, his wolf clutched in his arms and his head half buried in his godfather's shirt. He closed his eyes, feeling Padfoot's strong arms holding him tightly, but still with the same gentleness that a parent has when holding their child. He was completely safe, and he knew without a doubt when Padfoot was holding him that he was loved. It was the best feeling in the world. Sirius pressed a soft key into his godson's messy hair before he started to quietly sing an old lullaby Lily had always used to sing to Harry when he was a baby. The quiet melody soothed Harry and he relaxed completely, and as he drifted off, a woman's clear voice seemed to join with Padfoot's deep one as he sung. The soft sounds of the two voices and the comforting warmth of Padfoot's arms were the last things he was aware of as he slipped into sleep. Sirius smiled and let the lullaby trail away as he felt his godson slip into sleep, snuggled up against him. It warmed his heart to see the level of trust Harry already had in him, and it proved to him without a doubt that he was doing exactly the right thing. Even though his godson had been with him for such a short time, there was already a major difference. One hand came up and he started to softly stroke the child's back, his smile growing as he felt Harry relax further. He knew they would still have to travel for several hours before they reached their stop, but he knew he would happily watch Harry sleep for hours. James had been the same. and he felt a pang of hurt in his heart. When Harry had been a baby, James had always wanted to get home to him, and he had spent hours just watching Harry sleep. At the time he hadn't understood how James had managed that. At Hogwarts they had both been hyperactive. The mere idea of sitting still had been foreign, and he had teased James mercilessly once Harry had been born. But watching Harry now, feeling the little boy cuddled against him as he slept, Sirius knew precisely why James had always rushed home and why he could sit for hours while Harry slept. Sirius could watch Harry for hours and never get tired. He gently keyed the small head, and as he looked back up he felt his eyes fill with tears. "I'll take good care of him, Prongs," he promised, "and I know you're probably laughing at me right now. You should be, after all the times I teased you, but I'm not going to betray your trust, especially when it comes to Harry. He's far too precious and special for me to risk anything." He sat there for several minutes just savoring the sensation of holding Harry whilst he slept. It felt so good to know that his godson was as safe as possible now, and that the child was already beginning to trust him, even though he had been treated abysmally by those bastards of relatives. He was pulled out of his thoughts by the crackle of the speakers. "Mesdames et messieurs, we regret to inform you that our arrival in Marseille is delayed by 30 minutes due to a security search of the train before us. Thank you for your understanding." Sirius shook off his musings quickly. The previous train had been searched. He was suddenly very glad that he had taken the later train, although the documents he was carrying were made by magic and would not be detected as a forgery. If they were doing a detailed check, they would soon realize that there was no Patrick Evans and his son Ben Evans, and awkward questions would have been asked. He would probably have been able to bluff his way through a few confunduses and oblivates, but still it was a situation he did not desire to be in. Suddenly the memory of the warning he had received in the station flashed into his mind. Something had told him not to get on that train, but how? He wasn't a seer. He knew that much. If you had the gift of prophecy, it would appear before you matured magically, and he, like most wizards, had matured shortly after he turned 17, and he had never shown any signs of prophecy. Not that the warning had been a prophecy exactly, more like his subconsciousness warning him about a danger, but still it didn't answer the question of how he was being warned. He mulled it over in his mind for a minute, only to be distracted by a sudden flash of fear over the bond. Glancing down, he could see that Harry's face was screwed up tightly, and he could feel the boy beginning to shake. A nightmare. All thoughts about the strange warnings vanished as his attention began fixed fully on his godson. He held Harry as tightly as he could, stroking his fingers through the messy hair, trying to calm him. "It's all right, puppy. I'm here. You're safe," he murmured over and over again. It didn't make a difference. Harry's trembling intensified until shudders were running throughout his entire body. Sirius knew he would have been thrashing if he hadn't been holding his godson so tightly. Then came the worst part. Quiet, terrified pleading escaped Harry's lips. "Please, Uncle Vernon. Please," he whimpered. "Not the belt. I'll be good. Please, please don't hit me." A knife lanced into Sirius's heart, shattering it into 1,000 pieces. That bastard of a Muggle had dared to raise his hand to his godson, to his child. They had hurt Harry so badly, they had abused him and taunted him, taught him that he was worthless. No child deserved that, but least of all his sweet, wonderful godson. He pushed the pain away from his heart. He could rant and rage in private, but right now Harry needed him, and that would always take priority. He started to shake the child gently. "It's just a dream, puppy. Come on, pup, just wake up. It's going to be okay, I promise." After several more agonizing moments which seemed so much longer to Sirius as he saw and felt the fear that gripped his godson, Harry's eyes snapped open. Harry blinked, confused. Where was he? He knew he wasn't in his cupboard or in the house, but Uncle Vernon had been hitting him with the belt. Fear was coursing through him and he started to shiver. His uncle never left halfway through a punishment. Had he done something freaky then? If he had, he knew he was going to be punished when he got back. "Shush, pup. You're safe and he won't hurt you ever again," a soft voice murmured, and suddenly memory flooded back. He was with Padfoot, who had come and taken him away, and he was safe. He burrowed deeper into Padfoot, clinging to him like his life depended on it, seeking the comfort and security he could find in Padfoot's presence. He felt the arms holding him tighten, and the soft velvet voice of his godfather murmured reassurances and comfort as slowly the fear of the nightmare drained away. Eventually he sat up. Although he stayed firmly in Padfoot's lap. "Sorry," he whispered. He knew he was not supposed to have nightmares, much less wake anyone up because of one. He didn't really know if he had woken Padfoot, but he thought it was better to say sorry before he got into any more trouble. "You don't need to be sorry for having a nightmare, puppy," Padfoot said gently. Wide emerald eyes looked up, shocked. "I don't." Harry was confused. Why didn't Padfoot follow any of the rules? His aunt and uncle had made it very clear that he was to follow the rules all the time, and they had always punished him when he broke them, but Padfoot ignored them and he couldn't work out why. Did Padfoot think the rules were bad, or did he just have his own rules? He nodded to himself. That would be it. Padfoot would have his own rules which were different to the Dursleys' ones. However, he was going to follow each rule the Dursleys had given him until Padfoot told him it wasn't a rule. "You will never have to be sorry for having a nightmare, puppy, or waking me up." Harry smiled shyly up at him and then burrowed deeper into his godfather's lap. Now his fear had passed and he understood about the rules. He realized that he was still very tired and Padfoot was still holding him gently. He felt Padfoot's fingers stroke tenderly through his hair and he leaned into the comforting touch, eyelids drooping shut as he succumbed to the tiredness that filled his body. Sirius relaxed, the tension melting out of his body as he saw that Harry had slipped back into peaceful, untroubled sleep. He only wished that he would be able to sleep so easily. Nightmares haunted him. The previous night had been the first night he had slept free of nightmares since Azkaban, and he wasn't fool enough to think that they would be gone now. The only reason the nightmares had stayed away was because he had only had about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours of sleep that night, not long enough for them to start infesting his mind. His expression darkened slightly as he thought of that awful place, the chill, the screams, and above all the Dementors and the memories they dredged up from the depths of his soul. He forced his mind away from those dark thoughts and he swore to himself that, no matter how hard the nightmares would be, he would not let Harry see he was hurting. He would be as strong as he had to be, for his godson, for Harry. That child was all he lived for and he was not going to fail him again. Albus Dumbledore paced his office, his movements becoming increasingly frantic. Harry was missing, and without the boy they would not be able to defeat Voldemort, and when he returned, it was only a matter of time. The whole of the wizarding world would be plunged into a bloodbath that would destroy them. But his more immediate problem was finding the boy. For a moment he debated the idea of releasing the news to the public, but he discarded the idea almost instantly. Releasing such information would only cause a panic, and in the chaos and confusion it would be easier for Black to slip through the net, not to mention it would alert him, and then he would either kill the boy or go to ground, and neither situation would be good. No, he needed Harry to stay alive for as long as possible, and the only way to do that would be to ensure Black was not aware he was being hunted. He was beginning to think that Black had not killed the boy. After all, why would he bother to abduct the boy? Especially as the information from the wards indicated that Harry had gone willingly, when he could have easily killed him in his aunt's house. No, his mind was telling him that Black needed Harry alive, although for what he did not know. Then a frightening possibility occurred to him. What if Black brought Harry up dark and encouraged him to join Voldemort instead of killing him? That would doom the wizarding world as surely as killing the boy would. He needed to find them, and he needed to do it soon, and he knew he wouldn't be able to do it alone. He had too many responsibilities, what with Hogwarts and the Ministry, and as much as it pained him to admit it, he needed help, but he also needed it to be discreet. With that thought in mind he grabbed a pinch of flow powder. It was time to visit his old friend Alistair Moody. Within the hour small, very carefully selected hit wizard teams would be checking every property belonging to the Blacks. They were not going to let him escape. The train pulled into the station at Marseille and Sirius exited the train, suitcase in one hand, Harry balanced on his hip and held in place by his other hand. The child had woken up from his nap an hour or so earlier and since then had been enthralled by the view from the window. The houses, towns, landscape and even the trees were so different from what he had seen, what he had known, and Sirius had also spent an enjoyable time watching the joy and amazement on his godson's face, knowing that he had finally given the child something to enjoy after too many years without being able to have fun, to enjoy things. The next step was to find a small alley that was out of the way and that nobody came into, and to apparate to the chateau where they would stay whilst he would try to implement the next stages of the plan. namely buying a house and getting a job and getting Harry into the appropriate Muggle education, he certainly wasn't the right person to teach Harry how to read and write and do maths. Moony had always been the studious one. Even though both he and James had been very clever, he was fairly sure he wasn't a good teacher and that the professionals would do a better job. Not to mention Lily had wanted her son to have a Muggle education so he could learn about both worlds. He had just located a likely-looking alley when suddenly warnings flared up inside his brain. Shocked, he immediately froze, his mind flashing back to the warning he had received in the station and what he had subsequently found out about the train. Maybe it was the same situation, and if he was to apparate now he would be walking into danger. Even if the warning that was still pulsing inside his mind was not correct, he quickly decided he was not going to take the chance. He knew he was being paranoid, but he wouldn't risk Harry's safety. He wasn't going to do anything that might result in the boy being sent back to the bastards he called his aunt and uncle. All that flashed through his mind in under a second, and before his godson had even really registered that Sirius had stopped, the animagus was already moving once again. It was nearly supper time. He had been planning to eat in the chateau, but they could eat in Marseille just as easily, and maybe in an hour or so the danger would have passed, and even if it hadn't, he was sure he would be able to get a hotel room for one night at least. A short walk later and they were sitting in a small bar which overlooked the marina. Harry was happily watching the boats sail back and forth, and Sirius was introducing the boy to his first French as he taught his godson the names for the items on the menu and the colors of the boats he was watching avidly. The meal was an enjoyable one, although Sirius had almost choked when Harry had been so surprised that he was getting supper as well, but once he had reassured his godson it was all right to eat the food, the meal had gone extremely well and he was finally getting the child to open up a bit more about what he liked and disliked, although it saddened him that the opinions were stilted and he only offered information when prompted heavily. Just over an hour later the meal was finished and the bills were paid, and Sirius thought that it would be a good time to see if it was safe to apparate to the chateau once more. He scooped the sleepy child up into his arms and he couldn't help but smile as he felt Harry snuggle closer, resting his head against his shoulder, eyes fluttering closed. Managing somehow to juggle the remaining baggage in his one free hand, he maneuvered his way through the crowds, searching for the alley he had found when he came out of the station. Finding it once more, he headed down it, his mind alert for any more of the strange warnings that had flashed through his mind on the two previous occasions. Finding nothing, he tightened his grip on his godson, making sure that he was holding the boy securely. He twisted on the spot, apparating to the Chateau Noir. Once the nauseating feeling of apparition had worn off, he found himself standing at the entrance to Chateau Noir, when he felt Harry bury his head in his shoulder and the child's whole body was trembling. "Shush, puppy, it's all right now, it's over," he murmured as he gently rubbed his godson's back. Slowly the shivers ceased and Harry relaxed in his arms, yawning softly. Sirius smiled tenderly down at the young boy before scanning the surroundings. He saw quickly that nothing appeared out of place and the chateau still resembled the pretentious castle he could remember from his childhood, albeit a little grimier, especially on the outside. With a brisk step, still alert to any possible danger, he strode up to the castle doors, laying his hand on the embossed metal plate. He could feel the magic of the house pooling at his touch, the last remaining male black, and a rush of magic swept through him as the house recognized its master and the wards snapped up. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. With the wards up, it would take a lot of firepower and several days for the ministry to bring them down, and that at least would give him enough time to escape and get to safety if they ever came knocking, and whilst they were up they were almost as protected as it was possible to be magically. The doors slowly swung open and he stepped into the hall. The chateau always been the nicest of the Black family homes. Instead of the dark greens and silvers that covered the places such as his childhood home, the chateau was decorated in a mixture of silver, light greens and creams. There were still Slytherin overtones, but he had to admit it was a lot nicer than all the other homes. Ignoring the ornate staircases and the myriad of function rooms that extended off the hallway, he headed for the kitchens. He would need help if he could get it, and he had always thought fondly of the house elves that lived here. They had always been kind to him and he had been kind to them in return, and he hoped they would still be around. A house elf would be invaluable if he was going to survive the next few years until Harry was old enough to go to Hogwarts. He descended the back staircase and he soon reached the small door that opened into the kitchens. Stooping carefully, so not to jostle Harry, who was nearly asleep, snuggled in his arms. He fumbled for the latch, his fingers finding it eventually, and pushed the door gently open. Light spilled into the dark stairwell, and abruptly the quiet, household noises of brush against pot and the chatter of house elf voices cut off. Feeling slightly uncomfortable, he stepped through the entrance only to be immediately confronted by the 4 house elves, determined expressions on their faces. "Do not hurt the child, Master Black." The squeaky voice of Tarbu the head elf broke the sudden silence, and Sirius could see their fear at having to go against their master, but at the same time the determination to protect Harry. Slowly he sat down, not making any sudden movements that could frighten them. He realized that they must have heard about his incarceration and the reasons behind it, and while he was pleased they wanted to protect his pup, at the moment it was an unnecessary complication he could have done without. Harry shifted restlessly in his arms, and instantly Sirius's attention, along with the 4 house elves, snapped to the small boy. "It's all right, puppy," he murmured, stroking the black hair. "I'm not going anywhere." There was a sleepy mumble from the 6-year-old. "I promise, puppy. They will not take you away from me." Emerald eyes peeked up to meet his own gray ones, and Sirius smiled reassuringly before pressing a key onto Harry's forehead. A smile tugged at his godson's lips, and the child turned, burying his face back into the security of his godfather's chest as Sirius tightened his arms, holding him close. He watched the boy for a few more precious moments before his eyes moved up to regard the house elves who had been his only friends in this house. To his utter surprise, each now wore looks of guilt on their faces, and they appeared to be seconds away from punishing themselves. "We are sorry, Master Sirius," he started as he noted the changed form of address. He had never managed to get them to call him just by his given name, but after a lot of persuasion he had managed to get them to call him Master Sirius, something they could all manage without offending their sensibilities too much. "We did not see that magic would not allow you to harm your godson, and that you love him too much to ever hurt him," Tarbu continued, shame written all over his features. Sirius let out a barely audible sigh of relief. They were the first allies he had in the magical world, and they would be able to do things such as purchase supplies and objects anonymously, using a bank note. Suddenly the actual words Tarbu had spoken penetrated. "What do you mean magic would not allow me to harm him?" he demanded quietly. He saw shock flash across their features, but this time it was Kitsi who spoke up. "Master Sirius does not know of the bond." "I know about the bond," Sirius told them, confusion showing on his face. What on earth did the bond have to do with magic preventing him from ever harming his pup? "It is a protection bond," Kitsi informed him. "The magic in the bond will not allow you to knowingly harm him, and it will give you the tools to protect him." She paused. "We don't know any more. We can see the bond due to our magic, but bonds of this kind are an ancient wizarding magic which we know very little about. We are sorry, Master Sirius." But the animagus just waved their apologies aside, deep in thought. He would never hurt Harry. He loved his godson, so the fact that the bond would prevent him harming him didn't faze him in the slightest. It was unimportant. However, the fact that it did other things apart from linking their emotions and allowing him to find him was very interesting. Thinking about it, he wondered if the strange premonitions he had received were the result of the bond warning him of danger, to help him keep his pup safe. As that thought occurred to him, he wondered what had happened here to generate a warning. Turning to the house elves, he asked quietly, "Has anything happened here in the last few hours that would have put either Harry or me in danger?" Instantly the elves nodded. "Bad men came, Master Sirius," they said. "They searched the house and they told us you were a bad man and that you were hurting young Master Harry. They wanted to find you and take you away." Fear flashed through him. They already knew he had Harry and they were searching for him. He swallowed hard, forcing the lump in his throat down. "Have you told them I am here?" he asked, voice strained, but immediately they shook their heads. "We wanted to get the child to safety before we called them, Master Sirius." He let out a shaky breath. He was safe for the moment. The Aurors, or Dumbledore, he wasn't sure which, did not know he was here, and the fact they had searched, not even an hour before, and found it clean meant that he was safe here for some time yet. Knowing the inefficiency of the magical world, they were unlikely to be back within a month, and with the wards up he would have plenty of warning. However, it rammed the point home that he would not be able to hide out in any of the old properties. They were all too well known and he could never hope to stay hidden for long. never mind the 4 years until they would be able to access Potter Manor. But still he needed to find a home in the Muggle world and fast. "Thank you," he said sincerely, and they just nodded their appreciation, another habit it had taken him years to get them to develop. "However, if they ever come and ask about me again, I want you to tell them that I have never been here, understood?" They all nodded again, and a chorus of, "Yes, Master Sirius," sounded. Then Kitsy spoke up. She had always been the bravest of the elves. "Is Master Sirius and the young master not staying?" she asked. Sirius smiled down at her. "We will for a little while, but not permanently though. It wouldn't be safe for either of us." He glanced down at his godson, unconsciously drawing the little boy closer and holding him tightly against him. Kitsy frowned. "Where will you be staying, Master Sirius?" "In the Muggle world. I am unlikely to be found there, and with the aid of glamours I should be able to move around freely and give Harry the childhood he would not get if we were constantly hiding." "Kitsy will help Master Sirius," the elf announced firmly, and when Sirius opened his mouth to protest, she plowed on regardless. "She will make the arrangements to purchase a small property, and she will look after Master Sirius and the young master without alerting the Muggles." She looked at him sternly, and Sirius swallowed the objections. Having a house elf would be a huge help, and as long as she stayed out of the way of wizards and Muggles alike, it should be fine. "Thank you, Kitsy. Now I need a small house, in a small town in an area of France which does not get many tourists, magical or Muggle, please. You may use money from the black account to make the purchase, and I would like the house to have 2 or 3 bedrooms and a garden where this little one is able to play safely." Then he turned his attention to the other 3. "I would like you to prepare my old room and make it suitable for the 2 of us, and if you have time around your other duties, I would like you to help Kitsy as much as possible." They all nodded once more and popped away to carry out his instructions. It was then Sirius realized that he was bone tired. Yawning, he clambered back to his feet, keeping Harry balanced carefully in his arms. His godson was sleeping peacefully, and he thought the child had precisely the right idea. Smiling to himself, he made his way slowly up to his room, noting instantly that the elves had carried out their orders perfectly. The bedroom was completely clean, their luggage was piled neatly in one corner, and 2 pairs of pajamas were laid out on the bed. It was with a chuckle he noticed that the elves had not bothered to put up a second bed, seemingly realizing that he was loath to let Harry go when he had only just found him. He also noticed that there was a small note on the bed saying that they would have breakfast ready after midday, and they advised both him and Harry to sleep well. Still smiling, his deft fingers changed Harry into his pajamas and settled him down into the bed, tucking him in gently. A small discontented sound escaped. Evidently Harry disliked leaving the safety of his godfather's arms. Sirius smiled tenderly, then stooped down, pressing a key onto the scarred forehead. "Love you, puppy," he whispered before moving to change himself. Barely a few minutes later he slipped under the covers, one arm reaching out and pulling Harry towards him, until the child was nestled against his side. His godson snuggled closer, burrowing into Sirius, small fingers clutching at the fabric. Sirius relaxed, holding Harry gently as he began to drift off, the previous night and the days running to reach Surrey finally catching up with him. "Good night, little one," he whispered as the darkness claimed him. House elves really were wonderful creatures, Sirius mused as he sat in the small room that had been set up as a sitting room, watching his godson play with some of the old toys that they had managed to find around the manor. They had only been here for a fortnight, but already Kitsy had found them a house in a small town in central France, and she had managed to acquire all the necessary paperwork for them to appear as a normal Muggle family, a father and son. They were due to move in during the next few days, and Sirius was amazed everything had come together so quickly. It had only been a little more than 3 weeks since he had broken out of Azkaban, but already he had rescued his godson, fled the country, and almost finished up establishing their new lives. Padfoot, he glanced down at the earnest face of his young godson, his attention distracted. "Yes, puppy?" he asked softly, and Harry smiled shyly up at him. "Could you tell me a mummy-daddy story, please?" He looked up at Sirius, emerald eyes pleading, and Sirius knew he was not going to be able to say no, not that this was something he would ever think of denying the child, thankfully. "Did you put your toys away?" he asked, and saw Harry nod immediately. Sirius knew he didn't really have to ask. The child took exquisite care of all his toys, and today was no exception. He could see everything was back, neatly in their packaging, and the packets were piled up neatly in a corner of the room. But he also thought it was a good idea to remind the child to keep things tidy, at least that way, when he got used to having things, hopefully he and his things would stay reasonably clean and tidy. Nodding his approval, he opened his arms and Harry scrambled up onto his lap, snuggling up against his chest, grinning shyly at the praise, even as little as it was. Once Harry was settled comfortably, he gazed up at his godfather, eyes full of excitement and love, and Sirius couldn't help but cuddle the little boy closer. A mummy-daddy story, little one. Let me see, have I told you the one about when your daddy asked your mummy to marry him? Harry shook his head, his eyes wide and shining with wonder as Sirius launched into the tale. Sirius held Harry's hand tightly as they crossed the small street to reach their new house. They had apparated to the edge of town and walked in, hopefully no one, on the off chance that they found the trace, would ever connect it with the small Muggle family living across town. Looking at the property, Sirius realized that Kitsy had done an outstanding job. The neighborhood they were in was unremarkable, neither extremely rich or extremely poor, and the house itself was perfect. It was the last house in the row, backing out onto the fields behind. It had a simple 2 stories, and it appeared to be an old farmhouse that had been converted into a townhouse when the town had spread out far enough to reach it. It was constructed out of the local stone and there were white shutters by the windows. It was set at a slight angle to the road, and a fence, overgrown with copious amounts of foliage, leaves and flowers, surrounded the gravel driveway, just big enough for a small car or a couple of motorbikes. You couldn't see it from the front, but behind the house there was a large garden, with a large lawn for Harry to run around on, and the remnants of an old orchard, stooping, bent, old apple, pear and peach trees that would be perfect for Harry to climb, and in the autumn he could pick the fruits. The house was not large, not did it need to be. Containing 3 bedrooms, a sitting room, kitchen, study and bathroom, it was the perfect size for their small family, and Sirius knew it would not take long to redecorate to their tastes with the aid of magic. The other advantage was that Kitsy and the rest of the house elves had pooled their magic to erect several wards around the property. They were not traditional wards, no wizard would detect them, but that did not mean that they were not effective. On the contrary, house elf magic was extremely strong, and as most wizards tended to overlook it, it was an ideal defense. There were 3 separate wards on the house. The first was similar to a Notice Me Not ward. It didn't stop people from seeing the house, but it made it seem unremarkable and encouraged them to forget it. And this was keyed to everyone, magical or Muggle. Unless you knew about the house and were looking for it, you were unlikely to find it. The second was an owl redirect ward. Any owl would be sent to a special letter box in the middle of nowhere where the elves would go through the mail, removing any spells and passing on the items that Sirius had requested. So far all that included were items ordered by his alter ego using mail order catalogs and anything addressed to Harry from Remus. Sirius was sure that the old wolf was going to be sending Harry gifts, although whether the child had received them was another matter altogether. The third and last was the most complicated of them all. It basically forced any wizard that the elves had not keyed into their ward to ignore the house and forget it ever existed, basically acting like a Fidelis keyed to wizards and witches only, preventing them from ever finding the house, and forcibly removing them if they tried to enter. "Hey puppy," he murmured softly, and instantly Harry's head snapped up to look at him. "This is our new home." Harry's expression filled with wonder as he gazed at the small house and at the hints of a garden that were peeking over the walls and round the corner of the house. "Do you like it?" The child turned his head up towards Sirius once more, and the grin spreading across his face and the excitement shining in his eyes was answer enough. Sirius chuckled, the mirth spilling out of him in a way he could not have imagined back in Azkaban. There any form of laughter was impossible, and he had thought that he would never be able to laugh again, but ever since he had rescued his precious godson, laughter had gradually become part of his life once more, at least in the daytime. Forcibly he pushed that thought back. It did no good to dwell on the terrors and dreams that haunted him at night, those he would deal with when Harry wasn't awake, when he couldn't feel his pain. A light tug on his sleeve pulled his thoughts away. "Is this all ours?" The small voice whispered, and a smile broke out on Sirius's face without any other prompting. "Yes puppy, it is." He paused, looking teasingly thoughtful. "Now do you think we should go inside or look at all the gravel out here?" "Inside please." There was still a hesitancy about the reply, and Sirius swore to himself that one day they would be rid of it, even as he felt a flash of anger at those damn Dursleys who had made his child so afraid. Not letting his thoughts show, he stooped down and in one swift movement he scooped Harry up into his arms. "Inside, you said. Now inside we shall go," he announced brightly, and he was rewarded with a smile as Harry locked his arms in place around his neck and rested his head on his godfather's shoulder. Inside, the house was just as perfect as the outside, pale walls and a mixture of wooden floors and thick carpets, all in warm rich colors. All the furnishings were similar, sturdy wooden tables and chairs alongside deep cushioned sofas and thick pile rugs. Windows looked out over the garden, the lawn stretching away to the gnarled trees and the overgrown flower beds. It would never win any prizes for neatness, but in the crazy mix of plants and shrubbery one thing was in absolutely no doubt: the whole garden was alive, brimming with energy and perfect for a young boy to explore and play in. It was obvious that Kitsy had already been to the house and had endeavored to make it a home. There were books stacked neatly on the shelves, crockery and food in the kitchen cupboards, Harry's toys divided between his bedroom and the sitting room, pictures on the walls and above the mantelpiece. There were not many, but here and there were a few pictures of Harry and Sirius together, frozen so they would appear Muggle, pictures the elves had managed to capture during their stay at Chateau Noir, and best of all, a few pictures from his Hogwarts days, showing James and Lily and the Marauders, minus Peter of course, that Kitsy had managed to extract from his bedroom in the Chateau and his bedroom back at Grimmauld Place. He noticed that Harry was staring at the furnishings, a look of undisguised awe on his face and his wonder drifting in lazy arcs across the bond, and his mouth was hanging open. Chuckling softly, Sirius reached out and gently tickled the child under the chin, and instantly Harry's mouth snapped shut and he turned a slightly betrayed gaze up to his godfather. Sirius just smiled. "Your mouth was in danger of catching flies," he told his godson teasingly. Harry stared at him, wide-eyed for several seconds, before clamping his mouth tightly shut. Sirius laughed gently and then he lightly kissed his child's forehead. "Now how about we go and explore upstairs, Harry nodded eagerly, but he still seemed a little reluctant to open his mouth. Sirius noticed, amused. They climbed the small, rickety staircase to reach the next floor and the small hallway that led deeper into the house, a few doors branching off it, leading to the bedrooms. Sirius paused in front of a door with the sign, "Puppy's Room," attached to it, then he lightly pushed it open. Stepping into the room, Harry still balanced in his arms. "This is your room, puppy," he told the boy quietly, and he watched as Harry's eyes widened as he took in the room before him. "All mine," he whispered, hardly daring to believe it. He was actually being given a room, here in this house, which was the complete opposite of his aunt and uncle's. He couldn't believe that Padfoot was doing so much for him. First he had been given meals and he had been allowed to sleep. Then he had been given toys. He hadn't had to do chores. Padfoot hadn't hit him or shouted at him even once, and above all, Padfoot had been so kind to him and loved and wanted him. It was more than he could have ever imagined back in his cupboard, and Padfoot was still here, holding him tightly. He turned, burying his face in his Padfoot's shoulder, trying not to cry. "Thank you," he murmured, voice muffled against the fabric. Sirius sat down on the bed, shifting Harry so that his godson was sitting on his lap, cradled against his chest. He could feel Harry's mess of emotions bleeding across the bond, and he knew he had to comfort his distraught godson. He held Harry as tightly as he could, rocking the child back and forwards, murmuring reassurances and comfort, and sending reassuring waves of love over the bond. Eventually Harry stopped crying and he pulled away slightly so he could look up at Sirius, but Sirius could tell that there was something still bothering his godson. "What is it, little one?" he asked softly, his fingers carding tenderly through the child's messy mop. Harry didn't answer for several long moments, and just as he was beginning to wonder whether Harry would ever tell him, the boy spoke up. "Why?" he asked, his voice cracking. "Why, what, puppy?" Sirius inquired, his voice still incredibly gentle. Harry looked up at him and the confusion and pain in his emerald eyes was enough to make Sirius pause. "Why are you so nice to me?" the small boy finally whispered, and Sirius felt his heart break. He pulled Harry straight back into his embrace, snuggling the boy against his chest, and it eased his heart slightly when he felt his godson burrow deeper. "Because I love you, little one," he murmured around the lump in his throat. I think of you as my own and I will always love and care for you." Harry listened to the words, his confusion mounting further. He could not doubt the words, he could feel the man's love pulsing strongly around him, and all of his godfather's actions had shown nothing but the love he had for his godson, but Harry couldn't work out why. Why did Padfoot love him? Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon had shown him that he was unlovable and a freak, even if Padfoot told him he wasn't one. He couldn't understand why Padfoot loved him when they didn't. He knew Padfoot was his godfather and that meant he was like his daddy, but did that mean Padfoot was supposed to love him? He wasn't sure, but even if Padfoot was supposed to love him, he couldn't work out why his aunt and uncle hadn't loved him. After all, they were supposed to love him too, weren't they? He buried his face in Padfoot's shirt and he felt the arms holding him tighten. He could still feel Padfoot's love surrounding him, but now there was concern tinging it around the edges. One of his godfather's hands started to softly stroke his back and he snuggled deeper into Padfoot's arms as he felt himself calm down, and he began to realize that it didn't matter. He had Padfoot and Padfoot loved him, was like his daddy, and he didn't need to know why. It was enough, more than enough, that he did. Sirius keyed at the top of the child's head as he felt the last of the boy's anxiety leave him. He smiled slightly as he enjoyed the feeling of having Harry safe in his arms, with no worries about Voldemort or the Ministry to cloud their happiness. Just then, he heard the boy's tummy rumble, and chuckling softly to himself he stood up, shifting the boy so that Harry was balanced on his hip. "Supper time, I think," he suggested as they headed downstairs, and he felt Harry nod against his shoulder as they entered the kitchen to discover what Kitsy was preparing. It was cold and the screams echoed off the bare walls. He stared at the bare walls of his cell, the darkness creeping in as he listened to the shrieks of his cousin in the cell next to him. Then he heard it, the quieting of the screams, the noise and madness dropping to nothing more than whimpers and whispers. A too familiar coldness swept over him and he knew what was coming. Very, very faintly in the back of his mind the screaming started: James, Lily, Peter, Harry, the explosion that had destroyed the street and sent him here. It was quiet at first, no more than the crackle of a badly tuned radio, but with every step the Dementors took the screaming got louder and the temperature dropped further, fingers of ice reaching out, piercing coldness and shards growing on every surface, razor sharp and cruel. The Dementors were getting closer and closer. He could hear their rattling breath and he could feel the tendrils of ice knit into his spine. "Lily and James, you killed them." The shrieks were becoming distinct and images began to flash before his eyes. James' eyes, dead and lifeless, staring up at him, somehow seeming to be accusing in their frozen state. With a great effort he tore his eyes away from the memory, unable to tune out the screams but focusing his entire being on the iron bars that separated him from the Dementors. Dementors that had now reached his cell, a single dark cloaked figure, their breath crystallizing in the frozen air. With an agonizing slowness the creature turned, nothing under the hood, and a single rotting arm reaching out for him as he lost his grip on reality and plunged into his memories. The sharp warning of the proximity ward around his bedroom pulled him out of slumber and he pushed himself up into a half-reclining position, his breathing erratic as he tried to pull his emotions back under control. He had been taking dreamless sleep for the last few weeks, ever since they had reached Chateau Noir, because he had no intention of waking Harry with his nightmares. But the potion was highly addictive, so he had decided that he would have to learn to cope without it, and therefore tonight he had eschewed it, and as expected the nightmares had come. The creak of his bedroom door as a small figure pushed it lightly from behind reminded him why he had been woken. Anticipating precisely this situation, he had set up a small proximity ward around his bedroom door that was designed to wake him if anyone approached the door in the night. It would ensure that he would always be awake if Harry needed to come and get him, as well as ensuring that if the child did come to his room in the night, he would not be frightened by finding Sirius trapped in a nightmare. "Puppy," he called softly as the small figure of his godson, hair tousled by sleep, crept into his room. Even in the faint light from the hallway it was immediately apparent that something was wrong. Harry paused in the doorway. He wanted to go to Padfoot but he wasn't really sure if he was allowed to. He had never been allowed in his aunt and uncle's bedroom, but Padfoot had said that he was allowed in his, especially if he had had a bad dream. "It's all right, little one," Padfoot said gently, "come here." At those words Harry all but flew across the room, scrambling onto the bed and launching himself at Sirius. The man was unprepared for the sudden movement, and by the time he recovered, Harry's thin arms were latched around his neck and the child's head was buried in his shoulder as his whole body shook. Gently he pulled the covers up over both of them, tucking Harry in before wrapping his own arms around his godson and pulling the boy close until he was resting against his chest. "What's the matter, puppy?" he asked tenderly. There was a pause, then, "Bad dream," the little boy whispered, snuggling up against his godfather. Sirius rubbed the child's back comfortingly, murmuring soft words as he tried to soothe him, and slowly he felt the shudders slow, then finally cease altogether as Harry relaxed, safe with his godfather. "Want to tell me about it?" Sirius asked quietly, once he was sure that his pup was calm again. There was a long pause, and Sirius was about to tell Harry that it didn't matter when his godson spoke up. "Uncle Vernon was mad," his small voice whispered, "and he got out the belt, and I wished I was away from him. Then I appeared in a scary place. It was dark and cold and people were screaming and there were nasty black ghosts who made me remember bad things." Sirius listened in mounting horror. Nightmares about his uncle were common, but the revelation that Harry had been dreaming of Azkaban shocked him to the core. Unconsciously he tightened his grip on his godson, pulled him even closer. He never wanted Harry to have experienced the terror that Dementors caused, to ever know what Azkaban was like. It was something no adult wizard should be forced to endure, even for short periods, let alone a young child, especially one with the horrific memories that Harry had. It wasn't right, it wasn't fair, but why oh why was his poor, innocent, sweet little godson dreaming of such a horrific place? Harry had already been forced to endure so much, it wasn't right that he was being forced to endure even more, and the world of dreams was somewhere even he could not protect his child. "Padfoot," the small childish voice whispered, breaking Sirius out of his thoughts. He glanced down to meet a pair of sleepy emerald eyes that were staring at him, confusion and fear written plainly in their gaze. Instantly he felt awful. He had started to think of Azkaban when his godson needed him. He tightened his grip, making sure Harry was wrapped securely in his arms, and he tucked the messy black head underneath his chin. "It's all right, puppy," he soothed, fighting desperately with his voice to prevent it from cracking. "You're safe now and the black ghosts won't hurt you here." He felt the boy cuddle closer, accepting the comfort, and very soon the only sounds in the room were the breathing of the two figures. Sirius was sure that the child had fallen asleep and was about to follow when his godson's voice shocked him into wakefulness. "Why are you sad, Padfoot?" the little boy murmured, green eyes peeking upwards to meet troubled gray ones. Sirius swallowed against the lump that had suddenly grown in his throat. He had promised himself that he would not lie to Harry, but he still didn't want to talk about Azkaban. Eventually he managed to choke out, "The place in your dream is real. It's the prison they put me in, and the black ghosts are the creatures that guard it. It scares me too, puppy," he admitted, and he saw wide eyes staring up at him. Suddenly he felt thin arms wrap as far round him as they could, and startled he looked down at Harry to see the boy clinging to him with all his might. "It's a bad place and it hurts people," his godson said, his voice filled with conviction, "but you're good and you aren't going to be hurt anymore." Sirius smiled gently, overcome with emotion, and cuddled the child closer, but Harry wasn't quite finished, and determined emerald eyes met his own. "You've got me now." Sirius gently keyed the child's forehead. "Yes," he agreed, his voice suspiciously croaky, "I've got you." Harry looked at him for another moment before a small smile lit his face and he burrowed contentedly back into Sirius's embrace, to drift off into a peaceful sleep. Sirius, however, didn't find sleep quite so easily. He'd never realized it before, but just now he knew without a doubt that they both needed healing, and he needed Harry just as much as Harry needed him. Soon the days settled down into a regular pattern. Most nights Harry would migrate to Sirius's room sometime in the early hours of the morning, whether he had a nightmare or not. They still didn't know why Harry had been dreaming of Azkaban. It puzzled Sirius to no end, and since that incident there had been another couple of incidents where Sirius had found himself dreaming about the Dursleys and Harry had started dreaming of Azkaban. At the moment the only common theme was Harry wishing himself somewhere else or wishing for someone to come to him, and the best theory that Sirius could come up with was that the bond was pulling either him into Harry's dreams or Harry into his when the child wished to get away or for help, but there was no way of testing this and he had to admit it sounded a little far-fetched. But nights and nightmares aside, the days that followed would be filled with fun as Sirius taught the boy what it was like to be a child once more. This pattern would change after Christmas, as Harry was signed up to begin attending the local primary school in January, as Sirius had recognized he wasn't the best person to teach the young child, not to mention it would do Harry good to be around children of his own age that would not bully him the same way his cousin had. However, the first few weeks in their new home had not been entirely fun and games, due to the fact Harry would soon be starting school and Sirius did not want the child to go there speaking hardly a word of French. That was a perfect recipe for disaster, and therefore he had been teaching Harry French nearly every day. So far his godson had been incredibly good about the lessons, not kicking up any sort of fuss and paying attention throughout, and Sirius had noticed that Harry seemed very eager to learn, and he was definitely picking up the language quickly. He felt pride swell up in him as he watched his godson valiantly struggle through a basic children's book in French. As the child turned over the last page, a smile broke out across Sirius's face and he scooped the little boy up into his arms, swinging him around, joining in with Harry's peals of laughter. Eventually, they both collapsed, breathless, onto the sofa, and instinctively Harry burrowed lazily into the warm weight at his side, and Sirius reached out and pulled the child closer. After several moments, Sirius stood, reaching out to take Harry's hand and hauling him to his feet. "Go and put on your shoes and coat, puppy," he instructed, and the little boy nodded eagerly and hurried to the hall to do so as Sirius followed at a more sedate pace. It was getting close to Christmas, and correctly guessing that Harry had never really been part of the Christmas celebrations at the Dursleys, Sirius was doing everything he could to include the child, and to make sure it was the best Christmas Harry had ever had. As soon as both of them were ready, Sirius took Harry's hand and led him outside, settling him securely in front of him on the motorbike he had bought about a week ago when he remembered that he needed a form of transport as he couldn't operate in a Muggle area, and he knew that taking Muggle public transport all the time would get irritating very quickly. He felt Harry settle against his chest as he climbed on and slowly headed out towards the garden center located on the other side of town. Parking the bike, he helped Harry down, taking a firm hold of the boy's hand. Although he didn't expect Harry to leave his sight, every time they had gone out in public his godson had been all but his shadow, and he was not comfortable leaving Sirius's side for anything more than a few minutes. He didn't want to take any chances. The child was far too precious for him to even contemplate losing. Harry smiled shyly up at him. "What are we doing, Padfoot?" he asked quietly. "We're choosing the Christmas tree, pup, and once we've bought it we are going to buy some new decorations and spend the rest of the day decorating it." Sirius watched as Harry's eyes lit up, showing nothing but shock and delight. "You're letting me help with Christmas?" the child asked, awe-coloring his voice. "Of course I am, puppy," Sirius replied tenderly, squashing the anger that built up in his chest when he heard Harry's surprise at being included. He had guessed, of course, but it did his temper no good to have his suspicions confirmed. "I couldn't have a proper Christmas unless you helped me." He couldn't help but smile as he saw the grin that broke out on Harry's face at his words. Making sure his godson was happy had quickly become something he enjoyed greatly, and he all but lived for seeing Harry smile. They reached the rows of trees and he saw Harry's mouth fall open in an expression of complete and utter shock. He'd probably never seen a Christmas tree before, Sirius thought bitterly. He wouldn't put it past those damn Dursleys to have shut Harry in his cupboard for the entire festive period, only letting him out to cook and use the toilet. Pushing those thoughts aside, he was not going to let his anger at those bastards spoil the first Christmas he would have with his godson in too many years. He started leading Harry up and down the rows of trees, occasionally picking one out and examining it as they tried to find the perfect one. Finally they discovered the perfect tree, and by the time they had chosen several decorations as well as several packets of fairy lights, tinsel and baubles, Harry was almost glowing with excitement. Sirius could feel the child's happiness and it lifted his own mood as he paid for everything and very carefully strapped the tree into the trailer which was attached to the back of the motorbike. It was a very contented Harry that sat on the motorbike, leaning back against Padfoot, who had one arm wrapped around him preventing him from falling whilst he drove the motorbike with the other. He'd had a lot of fun choosing the Christmas tree and decorations, and he still couldn't quite believe he had been allowed to help. It was certainly very different living with Padfoot. He still couldn't quite believe that he had been so lucky as to have him. Padfoot acted like he was his daddy and had actually told him that he loved him, and he still hadn't shouted or hit him even once. He hoped Padfoot never went away. He didn't think that he could stand it. "We're home, puppy." Padfoot's soft voice drifted down to his ears, and he felt strong hands pick him up and lift him off the bike, placing him on the ground and steadying him. "Why don't you hurry inside?" he suggested gently. "I'm going to bring the tree in, okay?" Harry nodded, but a small frown crossed his face. "Shouldn't I help?" he asked, confusion clear in his voice. Padfoot merely laughed, but the sound was not unkind in any way. "I think you're still a little too small to help carry the tree, puppy, but once it's inside you can help me decorate it," he told him. Harry looked very serious for a few moments before he smiled shyly and hugged his godfather's legs, the only part of Sirius he could reach. Sirius paused for a second, surprised at the child's actions, before reaching down and returning the hug. "If you go and ask nicely, I'm sure Kitsy would make some cookies for us to eat while we decorate the tree," Sirius said after a few moments, smiling down at the child. Harry tilted his head in confusion. "She would. I think she would," Sirius told him. "She likes you a lot." It was true. Kitsy, as well as the rest of the house elves, had been completely taken by Harry and would do anything for the young master, as they called him. "She does." The innocence of the question tore at Sirius's heart. No child, and particularly his wonderful, kind, sweet godson, should ever have to be surprised that people liked them. "I know she does," he replied gently. "After all, she makes you special pancakes for breakfast whenever you have bad dreams." He leant down and gave Harry a quick key on the forehead. "Now why don't you run inside and ask her, and then you can decide where we are going to put the tree whilst I bring it in. How's that, puppy?" Harry nodded, his smile lighting his face as he hugged Sirius once more before running inside to find the house elf. Sirius watched him go with a fond smile before he turned his attention back to the tree. Getting it inside without the help of magic looked set to be a daunting task. Sirius blinked back sleep to see the small figure of his godson lying next to him, his finger reaching out to poke him in the side once more. A smile spread across his face as he enfolded the child's small hand in his own just as Harry's finger was about to impact his side. His godson glanced up at him, surprise flitting across his face as he paused for a split second, giving Sirius the time he needed to wrap his arms around his child and pull him into his embrace, snuggling him against his chest. "Hello, little one," he murmured, tucking the messy black head underneath his chin. "It's Christmas, Padfoot." Harry's excited whisper was muffled somewhat by the thick cocoon of blankets that surrounded them, but Sirius could feel the boy's excitement pulsing through the bond even as the child snuggled deeper into his arms. "Yes, it is," Sirius agreed softly, some of his own joy leaking through into his voice as he surreptitiously glanced over at the alarm clock on the bedside table, pleased when he saw that it was already 7 o'clock and that Harry had not woken up at a crazy hour of the morning. The child needed all the sleep he could get, particularly when he was losing at least an hour a night to the nightmares. Harry didn't say anything for several minutes, merely cuddling closer to Padfoot and tightening his grip on his wolf. He didn't quite know what to do now. He knew Christmas was a special time and as such it wasn't for freaks, but Dudley had always been excited about it even if Harry didn't know why. He knew he was supposed to be having Christmas this year. Padfoot had told him so, but he didn't know what he was meant to do. He had always been locked in his cupboard over Christmas. He bit his lip considering. He didn't want to do it wrong. He'd spoil it for Padfoot and he didn't want to do that, but he didn't want to ask either. He wasn't supposed to ask questions. A hand started to gently stroke his back as Sirius felt the anxiety rise in his godson. "What's the matter, puppy?" he asked gently. Harry didn't answer for a moment, but then logic took over. Padfoot had asked him a question, so he was allowed to ask one of his own, and even if he wasn't, Padfoot had never hurt him and he knew that he was nothing like his uncle. "I don't want to do it wrong." "Do what wrong, puppy?" Padfoot questioned, his hand still stroking his back unerringly. "Christmas," Harry whispered. Sirius had to forcibly bite back a string of curses at that answer. Harry should not have had to worry about doing something as pure as Christmas wrong. He should know precisely what was going to happen and he should have been able to be happy and carefree on today of all days. "You can't do Christmas wrong, little one," he said, his voice slightly hoarse. "You don't need to worry about that." Harry looked very serious for a moment before he nodded and burrowed back in his godfather's embrace. Sirius smiled and pulled the child closer, quite content just to lie there and savor the sensation of having his child safe in his arms. "What do I do?" Harry's shy question broke the silence, and Sirius pushed the innocent question caused away from his heart. He would be damned if he let anything ruin this day for his godson. "Well, puppy," he said slowly, pulling himself into an upright position and settling the little boy comfortably in his arms, "the first thing we do on Christmas morning is go downstairs to see what Father Christmas has brought us." Harry nodded obediently, but Sirius could still see the flickers of disbelief in his expression. The idea that he was getting things, and particularly presents, was still heartbreakingly new for his godson, and Sirius could clearly remember the child's reaction when he had suggested that they put out milk and a mince pie for Father Christmas. Harry had just looked at him blankly before asking why they would put out something for Father Christmas, because Father Christmas would never bring him anything. It had taken several minutes to persuade Harry that this year would be different, and even then the child had still looked like he wasn't going to get his hopes up. Rather, he was just going along with it to make his godfather happy. Sirius forced himself to smile. In a moment Harry would see what a real Christmas was supposed to be like. He stood, swinging the little boy up into his arms, smiling, this time for real, as his godson wrapped his small arms around his neck and held on tightly, burying his face in his shoulder. He paused to grab their dressing gowns before he headed downstairs, not missing Harry's soft exclamation as he saw that the lights on the Christmas tree, which usually had to be turned on in the morning, were still shining brightly. Sirius's attention was focused on his godson's expression as he pushed open the door to the sitting room, and as such he didn't miss the look of complete amazement that crossed the child's features. "Presents," Harry breathed, wide emerald eyes locked on the pile beneath the tree. He couldn't believe the number of brightly colored parcels that were stacked haphazardly in a blizzard of wrapping paper beneath the drooping branches. While the number was nowhere near the number he had seen Dudley receive, it was still more than he had ever expected to see here. "Go and pick one," Padfoot nudged him gently, propelling him towards the pile. Harry shot him a confused glance. "But they won't be for me." Padfoot shook his head, and Harry could feel the faint flickering of sadness coming from his godfather, but he couldn't quite understand why. He didn't think he had done anything to upset him. "No, puppy," he said tenderly, "I think most of those presents will be for you. There might be one or two for me and Kitsy, but the rest are yours." Padfoot pushed him lightly in the direction of the tree, and obediently Harry walked forward, still doubtful, picking up one present and looking at the label. His own name blinked back at him. He glanced back at Padfoot for confirmation. "Mine," he whispered. Padfoot nodded, moving away from the door, coming to sit behind him and gently pulling him onto his lap. "You're the only Harry here, little one. Why don't you open it?" Harry looked up at him once more before turning sparkling green eyes on the small present he held almost reverently on his lap. Small fingers gently removed the sellotape, unfolding the paper extremely carefully, making sure not to rip even the smallest corner. A book fell into his lap, another one of Roald Dahl's masterpieces, bought after Sirius had noticed just how taken Harry had been with Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. His godson looked up at him, a smile growing on his face as he looked back down at the book held in his hands. "Thank you, Padfoot," he whispered, his eyes still not leaving the book. He had been given a present, and a proper present, not like the old socks or the coat hanger his aunt and uncle had given him last Christmas. "Puppy," Padfoot said, and he looked up at his godfather, wishing he had a better way to thank him for being so kind to him. "Why don't you open some of the other presents?" "I've got more." The exclamation burst from his lips. To be given one present was amazing, to be given more than that was more than he had ever dreamed of. Padfoot reached forward, careful not to jostle him too much, and plucked a second present off the pile, merely glancing at the label before placing it in Harry's lap. Like before, Harry very carefully unwrapped the present, his eyes growing as wide as saucers when a brand new football was revealed. The next 2 hours passed in a very similar fashion, Harry gradually becoming more accustomed to receiving gifts as the time passed, but still the incredulous expression never really left his face. Finally the last present was unwrapped, and apart from a new pillowcase embroidered with the Black and Potter family crests and some cleaning equipment for Kitsy and a couple of books and a drawing Harry had done for Sirius, everything under the tree had been for Harry. Still unable to believe just how kind Padfoot had been to him, Harry snuggled back into his godfather's arms, wondering how on earth he could thank Padfoot for everything he had done for him. Padfoot had given him so much. Already it had been the best Christmas of his life and he hadn't even had breakfast yet. Padfoot had spent so much on him, done so much for him, so much more than he would have ever even thought to ask for. He was completely content just to have his Padfoot, and the presents were more than he had ever dreamed of. He owed Padfoot more than he could ever say, and he didn't know how he would ever be able to give Padfoot anything that would make up for everything the man had done for him. He didn't have anything he could give him. The only thing he could do was snuggle closer and try to convey just how happy Padfoot had made him. "Thank you," he murmured, clinging to his godfather with all his might. He felt Padfoot's arms tighten around him, and then his godfather tenderly kissed his forehead. "I love you, little one." Harry smiled, burrowing into Padfoot's chest. Those words never failed to make him feel cared for and protected, and he hoped that Padfoot would never go away. He couldn't stand going back to his aunt and uncle after Padfoot had loved him. He didn't want to go back to being a freak. He'd never had somebody who loved him before. He was the freak, the burden that nobody would ever love. But Padfoot loved him. Padfoot was all but his daddy, and was being everything he had ever dared to dream his parents would be and would have been. He still missed his mummy and daddy, of course, and wished he still had them, but the wish wasn't as desperate as it had been back in his cupboard. He had Padfoot now. "Love you too," he finally whispered, his small voice muffled, but Sirius still heard every word. A huge smile broke across the animagus's face and he felt joy bubble up inside him as he gathered the precious, precious child even closer. Hearing those words from Harry's mouth had been the best Christmas present he had ever received. He didn't know what he had done to be blessed with a child as sweet and kind as his godson, but he would not let the child down again. He would be the best parent the boy could ask for. He brushed a key onto the child's messy hair. "I promise I'll always love and protect you, little one," he vowed in a fierce whisper. He had failed Harry when he had gone after the rat, but he was not going to fail his godson again. For as long as he lived he would keep that promise. At his words Harry's arms wrapped round his neck, holding on as if he had no intention of ever letting go, as the child's face buried itself in Sirius's shoulder. Sirius held his child for several more moments before climbing to his feet, Harry still securely tucked in his arms and heading upstairs to get dressed before breakfast. It was nearly 10 o'clock and the meal had waited long enough, particularly considering Harry needed to eat all he could to gain the weight the Dursleys' abuse and neglect had robbed him of. Once Harry was ready he swung the child up into his arms once more, smiling tenderly as the boy chatted excitedly, some of his shyness vanishing as Sirius chuckled along, putting in a comment or two, his own good mood rising further at the happiness that was spilling out of his godson. It was part way through breakfast that the elf popped in, a parcel clutched in their long fingers. "A package arrived, Master Sirius," the elf informed him. "It is from Remus Lupin for the young master." Sirius smiled at the elf and thanked him, telling him to place the parcel on the side for Harry to open once he had finished eating. Inside he was glad to receive the confirmation that Remus hadn't forgotten Harry, and it was probably a combination of the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore and a lack of self-worth keeping him from trying to visit the child, but despite all that he was still making an effort to be part of the boy's life, even if it was only through Christmas and birthday presents and perhaps the occasional letter. As soon as the meal was finished he passed the colored packet to his godson, only pausing to extract the letter attached that was simply addressed, "To Harry's guardian," in his friend's distinctive loopy handwriting. He set it aside. He could concentrate on it once Christmas was over, it would keep. The more important thing was making sure Harry enjoyed his first proper Christmas in 5 years, and as he watched the child's face light up as he opened the packet to reveal a selection of wizard chocolate and a copy of the Tales of Beetle the Bard, he knew that there was nothing he wanted more in the world than to see Harry's joy. Sirius sat at the desk in the study, fingers drumming impatiently against the wood as he reviewed Moony's letter for the umpteenth time in his mind. In some ways the letter hadn't come as a surprise. He would never have expected Remus to be anything but protective of Harry, but at the same time so many parts of it had been a surprise and a shock to the animagus. Years of living in the same dorm as Remus, and then their years of friendship under a backdrop of war, never mind the suspicions that had grown at the end, meant that he could read the man's emotions well, even through the print of a letter. His eyes dropped again to the parchment of the letter, crumbled now from the number of times he had held it, often too hard as the message bored into him. Dear Harry's guardian, it read. I do not know your name, or even if you want anything to do with me, but for Harry's sake I hope you will read this. Doubtless by now you will know of the escape of Sirius Black and the threat he poses to Harry, and you must have taken steps to protect him, but I am compelled to warn you this may not be enough. I was friends with both James Potter and Sirius Black in school, and I thought I knew him. The events of that Halloween showed me that I never knew Black at all, but regardless I know him well enough to tell you this. Black was always formidable, even as a teenager. He knows an immense repertoire of spells, and that is not including dark ones he will have learnt from Voldemort. He is reckless, but most importantly he is determined. He fixes onto something and he never stops until he had found or done the thing he wants to, and at the moment the thing he wants most is Harry. He won't stop searching, and as much as it pains me to admit it, he is clever enough to hide from all of us, including Dumbledore, his real allegiance. So please take Harry and run. Take Harry and run and don't look back. I do not normally beg, but when it comes to Harry I have no other option. Hide him, keep him safe, don't let Black finish the job he started, and please don't let their deaths be for nothing. Please protect my cub, Remus Lupin. Sirius let out a deep breath as he allowed his eyes to drift upwards to the ceiling of the study once more. The letter was hard to read for several reasons. Firstly, the accusations that Remus leveled at him stung, particularly the idea that he would ever hurt Harry. But the more rational part of him could understand why Remus thought of him that way. It definitely hurt, but looking at the situation logically he knew that if he believed Remus was out to kill Harry he would have reacted in exactly the same way. Both he and Harry would have already run so far that nobody would ever find them again. But the harder part for the animagus was the sender and the old emotions the letter had pulled up in him. Reading the words on the page, and understanding the emotions behind them, the desperation and pain, had pulled him back into memories he had been rather ruthlessly suppressing. It had pulled him back to his days at Hogwarts, to the times when the Marauders had thought that they were kings and nothing and no one would ever separate them or break their friendship. Everything that had happened that Halloween night. To everything that he had lost. He was able to remember his Hogwarts days, and to an extent what had happened afterwards, Lily and James getting married, having Harry and the events up to his godson's first birthday, those he could remember fondly, without tainting them with the war and all the sacrifices that had been made. But anything after that point was too painful, too tainted by war and everything he had lost. Even though it had been 5 years since James and Lily had died, he still had not even started to recover from their deaths. In Azkaban he had been too focused on staying sane and making sure Harry was all right to have any time to grieve. But now he had settled down, now he knew that Harry was as safe as he could make him. Many of the memories that he had been suppressing had risen violently to the surface, a situation that had only been worsened by Moony's letter and the emotion he could almost feel bleeding behind every word. The arrival of a small boy rather forcefully pulled his attention back to the present. Somehow Harry had slipped into the room and was in the process of climbing up onto his lap. Slightly puzzled, Sirius helped the child up and he was further startled when Harry wrapped his arms around his and snuggled into his chest. Instinctively Sirius wrapped his own arms around the child. Harry, what? He managed to get out before Harry spoke up. You're sad, he said simply. I wanted to make you feel better. Wide innocent eyes looked up at Sirius as the child somehow managed to snuggle even closer. Sirius leant down and pressed a key into the messy black hair. He couldn't hang on to his black mood when he was holding his godson. Somehow just by his very presence Harry could pull him out of the awful memories and show him again that hope still existed and that he had a reason to live. Padfoot better now, the small voice said, and Sirius glanced down and saw his godson's shy smile peek up at him. Yes, Harry, he murmured against the child's forehead, Padfoot's better now. Good, Harry said happily, but he didn't make any move to leave. Instead he just burrowed back into Sirius's embrace, completely content to stay nestled in his godfather's arms, and Sirius had no intention of letting go. Remus Lupin did not receive much post. In fact, he knew he hadn't received more than 2 items of mail that were not related to his Muggle employment. No wizard or wizarding firm would even think of hiring him since that awful night 5 years ago. Therefore it was rather a shock to the young werewolf to find an envelope sitting prettily on his rather worn wooden table, his name printed on it in a handwriting that, whilst it was not familiar, still had a strange sense of familiarity about it. It was the lack of all other addressing that proclaimed this letter to be a wizard one, and whilst Remus had some contact with the world he had been born into and brought up in, he did still have a weekly subscription to the Daily Prophet, and he did still enjoy his collection of wizarding books, many of them gifts from his parents and the Marauders. Otherwise he had lost virtually all contact with that world. He visited the wizarding hotspots, namely Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade, rarely, and while he used magic for convenience at home, transfiguration and color-changing charms were invaluable when it came to furnishings and clothing, particularly on his meager budget. Otherwise he hardly touched his wand. There was nobody in the wizarding world that he had kept in contact with, and as such the letter was more than a little shocking. He approached it warily. Some instincts from the war had never really left him, but the detection charm came up clean and he picked up the letter, absently noting that it was written on paper rather than the thick parchment that was a lot more popular with most wizards. Fingers slit the letter and he gently pulled the contents out onto his palm and immediately sat down. Hard. The bright scrawl of a child's drawing peeped up at him, showing him the fantastical sight of a knight fighting a dragon. Part of his brain recognized the scene as one from the old Muggle myth George and the Dragon as he stared down at the image. It was a simple affair, done in crayon, and the drawing was messy, proclaiming the artist to be no more than 6 or 7, but to Remus it was a priceless treasure. There was only one child whom he had ever tried to contact, and flipping the sheet of paper over he saw the words that confirmed his suspicions. To Mr. Mooney, thank you for the book and chocolates. They were very nice. Love, Harry. He didn't know how long he sat there staring at the paper, his eyes devouring the message and the picture, his only link to the green-eyed child he considered to be a cub of his pack. He had been beginning to lose hope that he would ever be able to contact Harry. He had been regularly sending presents and the occasional letter for 5 years now, and he had never received any indication that anything had been received. But this single piece of paper gave him a sense of hope that he hadn't felt since James and Lily's death. He felt a few solitary tears slip down his cheeks. For a werewolf, pack was everything, and his had been torn away in a single night, the cub being the only survivor, and he had been unable to take custody. He had damn near broken down. In a world where he would never be accepted, his pack had been the only thing keeping him together, and that had been taken away. But now everything had changed. He could be part of Harry's life, not a big part, true, but the lonely werewolf would take any connection to the boy with both hands. And more importantly, this picture showed him that for the time being at least Harry was safe, for the traitor would never encourage the child to contact anyone who could tell him the truth. Eventually he managed to tear his eyes away from the drawing, and it was then he noticed a second piece of paper had also been held in the envelope and been cast aside when he had spotted the picture. Curiously he opened it, glad he had not decided to stand up. An adult's handwriting stood out on this page, evidently Harry's guardian, and whilst he didn't recognize it, there was still something familiar about the script, something he couldn't identify and couldn't quite place. He shrugged the feeling aside. It was probably from somebody in the order that he had met before but never really known well, and he preferred to concentrate on the letter. Dear Mr. Lupin, it read. Thank you for your concern. I am reliably informed that you were indeed a good friend of the late James Potter, and your advice on the Black situation was most welcome. Information from those who knew them best is always the most valuable, and I have taken your suggestions into account. Rest assured that Harry is safe, and as long as I have breath in my body I swear to you that Sirius Black will never harm a hair on his head. With regards to the situation with Black, I request that you tell nobody that you have even a small measure of contact with Harry. If nobody knows, nobody will come to you for information, and nobody will then have the potential to breach our protections. I have been assured you are trustworthy, but if any knowledge makes its way into the wrong hands there will be hell to pay. I will not risk his safety for anything. On another note, I would appreciate it if you could write to Harry maybe once or twice a year with stories of his parents, and particularly of his mother and father's Hogwarts days. Whilst I tell him all the stories I can, I had little contact with Lily between her going to Hogwarts and her marriage to James, so Harry and I would appreciate anything you, as one of their good friends, could tell us. Regards, Patrick Evans. P.S. Address letters to Harry Potter and Patrick Evans and send them by a private owl. Anything else will be redirected to a different location. Remus let out a slow breath as he finished the letter, happiness beginning to well up inside him as he realized the chance he had just been given. Patrick Evans, he presumed he was a relative of Lily's, an uncle or cousin perhaps, had given him the greatest gift he had ever received since three boys had told him flat out that they didn't care he was a werewolf and the revelation they had become animagi to be with him. He wouldn't be able to meet Harry, he doubted it would be safe, but being able to send him letters and receive replies was more than he had ever dreamed of. He had been given a chance to be part of Harry's life, his silence was a small price to pay, and he was not going to waste it. He hurried to his study, his mind flicking through the stories he could write down as he searched for pen and paper. Sirius's mind drifted to the letter he had just sent off. He hoped it had been a good idea to contact the old wolf. He had used his best, pureblood, script, one that his mother had spent hours drilling into him and one that bared little resemblance to his normal handwriting, so that Remus wouldn't get suspicious, but he didn't know if it would work. He knew it had been a risk to contact Remus, but he knew how much the old wolf had to be hurting and he couldn't bring himself to deny either Remus or Harry this. He knew if he had been in Remus's position he would have wanted any contact possible, and he knew he could ensure everything went as smoothly as possible. Through a combination of a letter box miles from where they lived, and house elf magic no tracking charms would ever stick, and he could ensure Harry never wrote anything in his letters that compromised them. He had added in the last paragraph as an idea had come to him. He had only really got to know Lily once she had started going out with James, and he could tell Harry little of her Hogwarts days or her childhood. Remus had started to get to know her in 5th year when he had been chosen as a prefect, and he knew a lot more than Sirius did. Harry would always enjoy the new stories and any way to involve the old wolf without having to meet him and give up their secret, putting all of them in danger, was something he was seizing gratefully. The small figure of his godson was almost cowering behind him, clutching his hand in a vice-like grip and looking at the school gates before him with something akin to terror. It was the first day of the spring term and Harry was starting the local primary school, and whilst Sirius had expected some problems, the child was very shy, and from what he had gathered, he had never had a very pleasant time in his previous school, with the favorite break time game being Harry hunting, but he hadn't expected his godson to be quite so scared. He knelt down, stroking his fingers over the child's messy mop, dyed brown like his own hair, and the famous scar covered by Muggle makeup. "It will be all right, puppy, I promise," he said soothingly. "It won't be like your old school." But Harry shook his head, fearful eyes staring straight at his godfather. "They'll chase me and call me a freak and step on my glasses." He pressed himself against his godfather's chest, clutching onto the man's clothing with both hands. "And you won't be here," the small boy whispered. "I don't want you to go, you're the only person who likes me." Sirius drew in a shaky breath. He hated having to force Harry to do anything, but he knew the child needed an education which he couldn't provide. He pulled the boy towards him, nestling him against his chest. He could feel the slight frame shivering and the fear that was pulsing in sharp bursts across the bonds, and his resolve almost broke, but he knew that if he took Harry home now, he would never be able to bring him back to school. "Little one," he said in a soft voice, "I won't be far away, and I'll come back the moment I feel that there is something wrong. The children here won't be mean to you, but if they are, I will make sure they won't be mean to you again." He focused on sending calming waves of love and reassurance over the bond, and slowly he felt Harry begin to relax. "I'll never be more than 5 minutes away, and I'll be waiting for you at the end of school." "You won't leave me?" Harry asked in an extremely small voice. Sirius heard the double question in words and answered both. "Never, puppy. I won't abandon you, and when the school day finishes I will be waiting for you right here." He gently kissed the boy's forehead. "You will never be alone again." Finally he felt his godson relax in his arms, and he stood slowly, keeping hold of Harry's hand. "Let's go and meet your new teacher, little one. Remember, Ben, you can't tell anyone else secrets." He saw the little boy nod seriously, his sharp fear replaced by a sense of nervousness and determination. However, Sirius kept sending a steady stream of love and comfort over to the child, realizing his godson needed the reassurance now more than ever. In response, he saw Harry send a timid smile up in his direction and shift slightly closer to his side. He smiled tenderly down at the boy, brushing a comforting thumb over the back of the child's hand as they entered the primary school. The teacher was a kind-faced young woman who took one look at the shy child, half hiding behind Sirius before she leant down and held out her hand, talking quietly and slowly. Harry didn't quite understand all the French, but he caught the gist of the words, and hearing the kindness in her voice allowed her to eventually take his hand and led him to join his new classmates. Sirius watched him go, raising his hand to wave when Harry glanced back, some of his own doubts rising in his heart. He didn't want to be separated from Harry any more than Harry wanted to be separated from him, but his logical side had overruled his emotions. Harry needed an education. He needed to be able to write and read and do maths, and later he would need to know how to write essays, cast spells and make potions. As much as he wanted to, he couldn't just hide Harry away and hope the world never came looking for their savior. For as much as the idea appealed to him, he knew it wouldn't be possible. Even if he virtually imprisoned the child in Potter Mansion, it would not be safe, not to mention he refused to imprison his godson, even in a place like Potter Mansion. He knew too well what it felt like, and he would never subject the precious child to that. But that meant he would have to prepare Harry for the world that would greet him when he turned 11. And so he would teach him Muggle martial arts and swordmanship so he could defend himself, teach him occlumency so he could protect his mind, and once he turned 10 and could get his first wand as the Potter heir, teach him how cast spells and defend himself. But he would not rob the boy of his childhood, so Harry would go to school, learn the practical skills Sirius would struggle to teach him, have fun, play and make friends. But most importantly of all, Harry would always be loved. He was not going to spoil the child when it came to material goods, but when it came to love, Harry was going to be the most spoilt little boy on the planet. To his great surprise, Harry found that he was enjoying his time at school. While he didn't understand everything the children were saying, most of the time he got the general gist of their conversations, and he had learned a lot more French in a very short time. The teachers were kind to him, and to his utter shock the boy he was sitting next to had smiled at him and started to talk to him quite happily, telling him all about the town and his family, as well as pelting Harry with questions once he found out he was from England. Harry couldn't answer all of them, but he quickly discovered that didn't matter. Louis would jump instantly to the next one, or tell him what the French equivalent was. He had wondered what to do at break time, having never really played with children of his own age before, as Dudley had always made sure that nobody wanted to be his friend, but he didn't have to wonder long because Louis, evidently decreeing Harry was his responsibility, dragged him off to play football with the other boys. It was a new experience, but one he found himself enjoying. Halfway through the day another thought occurred to him too. His teacher Mademoiselle Beffert had handed out a maths test, and he realized that he could do as well as he liked as there was no Dudley to accuse him of cheating, and Padfoot would want him to do well. It felt nice not to have to deliberately put down the wrong answers when he knew what the right ones were, and he handed it in with a happy smile, knowing he had done well for once in his life. But still, no matter how much he had enjoyed the experience, as the clock inched round towards 3, he found himself impatient for school to end. He had missed Padfoot and he didn't want to wait any longer, having to be content with the flickers of emotions he could feel if he concentrated hard enough. When the bell finally rang, he bolted out of the classroom, his eyes searching the gate where Padfoot had said he would be. Seeing Padfoot standing there, he launched himself at his godfather, wrapping thin arms round the man's legs and clutching on tightly. A rich chuckle sounded above him. "Missed me, little one?" Padfoot asked gently as he reached down to pull Harry up into a hug, pressing a key into his hair. Harry didn't bother to answer, he just burrowed deeper into Padfoot's embrace. Padfoot smiled tenderly and took Harry's hand, enfolding it in his much larger one before leading him over to his motorbike. Once he was settled on the bike, resting against Padfoot's chest, one of his godfather's arms holding him securely, he snuggled contentedly back into Padfoot's safe hold, drinking in the love he could feel surrounding him. For, no matter how enjoyable school was, it would never be better than being with his Padfoot. Sirius groaned as he lugged the last of the suitcases down the stairs. Over the past 3 years he had become accustomed to doing things the Muggle way even in their home. After several near misses when Harry's friends or the neighbors had popped round unexpectedly, he had been forced to decree that magic and magical items was not to be used by either Harry or himself within the house, and all magical items, with the exception of his wand and the children's story books, had been consigned to either Harry's den or the garage, or as it was more commonly used as, the training room. They had fitted almost seamlessly into the life of the small French town. Harry had settled happily into his new school, making a few good friends, Louis and Amélie who had stayed friends with him throughout school, Mark and Nicole who went to his karate class, and Pierre who had moved to the town the previous summer. They had rapidly become close, and it warmed Sirius's heart to see the child laughing and joking with them, and feeling Harry's happiness leaking through the bond. Sirius too had settled down. Originally he had found it hard to find work. He had no qualifications that he could use in the Muggle world after all, but a combination of working part-time at a local garage customizing motorcycles and publishing novels had proved to be more than enough to live comfortably on. Publishing had been something that had really happened by accident. Shortly after they had first arrived he had started writing, mainly as a way of trying to cope with all his grief and all the scars the war had left him with, that had only been magnified by Azkaban. It had been one of those oh why not moments that had seen him send a finished manuscript to a publisher, and he had been immensely surprised when they had accepted it. His novels weren't bestsellers, but he was aware he had a reasonable following, and the reviews had mainly been good, many praising his vivid portrayal of friendship against a backdrop of war and betrayal, few suspecting these were all stories drawn straight from his experiences and the nightmares that still haunted him, albeit changed enough so that they would not be recognized by people who had lived through the events, even if they managed to get hold of a copy. That being said, there had been a few sticky moments, especially in the early days, most concerning Harry's accidental magic. It had taken a long time for Harry to stop being jumpy around adults, and even now Sirius was sure that it would take a long time for any adult to gain Harry's trust, and that very few ever would. But the lack of trust, and Harry's tendency to overreact when it came to adults, had been the cause of more than one outburst of accidental magic. The first outburst had been a few weeks after Harry had started at the primary school, and in terms of reaction it had been the worst. Frightened and confused, Harry had fled, and Sirius could clearly remember the panicked call he had received from the school. His unease had been steadily growing for the last quarter of an hour. He had felt a sudden flash of fear over the bond, and ever since then there had been a quiet stream of fear and sadness. He had rushed home immediately and was just about to head to the school when they had called him. The message he had received had in one way relieved him. Harry had been spooked, done accidental magic and then hidden. He hadn't been taken or discovered, but at the same time it made his gut twist, knowing Harry was missing and needed him. He hurried to the school as fast as he could, barely wasting time on the pleasantries before helping with the search. Perhaps that had been a good thing, and combination of worry and anger at the school, not matter how unjustified, were not a good combination if you were trying to be polite. The moment he was away from prying eyes, he focused on the magic of the bond, focusing on finding Harry. As it had before, a thin golden thread rose up out of his chest, stretching out towards the playground. His eyes narrowed. "I'll check the playground," he suggested. "Ben often hides outside when we play hide and seek." Without waiting for a response, he strode off in the direction the gold chain indicated, sending waves of love and comfort across the bond, as he searched for his godson. It didn't take long. The golden chain connecting them led him unerringly to a tangle of undergrowth that had managed to occupy one corner of the playground, and as he got closer he could just make out the faint sounds of a child's crying. He felt pain well up in his heart. The last thing he wanted was to see Harry in pain, or ever be the cause of his godson's distress. With shaking hands he pushed some of the foliage away to reveal the sight of the small boy curled up in a tight ball, sobbing. Frightened green eyes snapped up to look at him, tears shining brightly. "I'm here, puppy," he murmured, though his voice cracked on the words. It was all he needed to say. Harry flung himself at him, fingers latching onto his clothing, and the child buried himself in his chest as his whole body shook with the force of his sobs. There was nothing Sirius could do apart from clutching the child tightly to him, keying his forehead and murmuring reassurances and comfort. Slowly Harry's cries stopped and the boy drifted to sleep in his arms, exhausted by his accidental magic and the emotional outburst. Sirius knew as soon as the child woke he would have to deal with the reasons behind the outburst and the fears that had sent Harry running, but for now he was content to hold his godson securely in his arms and to let the relief flow through him that his precious child was safe and unharmed. The teachers took one look at the boy nestled asleep in his arms, the small face still streaked with tear tracks, and made no attempt to even suggest that Harry remained in school that afternoon, and Sirius was glad they hadn't. He knew he would not be parted with his godson until he knew precisely what had happened, and he was sure that the child knew he was safe and how much he was loved. It was another 2 hours before Harry awoke. Sirius had stayed with him, the little boy curled up on his lap, his fingers stroking through the messy hair, a gesture that calmed his fears and he hoped soothed Harry. The hardest part had been feeling the flickers of Harry emotions through the bond, the fear and the pain his dreams were inspiring in him, but he had been unable to wake the child up. So when the emerald eyes finally opened, the relief that swept through him was powerful enough to rob him of breath for a moment. It was only his arms that prevented the child from hurting himself as he bolted upright, almost falling off Sirius's lap in the process, his eyes darting around frantically before Harry seemed to recognize where he was and slumped back down into his godfather's embrace. "What's the matter, puppy?" Sirius asked, a note of worry in his voice which Harry didn't fail to pick up on. The boy shrunk back into his embrace. "Please don't be mad, Padfoot," he whispered. "I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to be a freak. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to throw the lady backwards. I couldn't help it. Please don't hit me." The fearful begging almost broke Sirius's heart, but what was worse was the casual way his precious godson referred to himself as a freak. Sirius tightened his grip and poured as much love across the bond as he could. "I'll never hit you, little one, I promise. There's nothing you could do that would ever make me hit you." His voice was fierce as he tried to convince the child of his words and his determination, but contrary to his tone of voice, his fingers stroked tenderly through Harry's hair, the soft movement calming the child as he slowly relaxed in Sirius's arms. Satisfied that Harry no longer thought he was about to be hit, Sirius continued in a much softer voice, "I'm not mad at you, puppy. You did accidental magic. It doesn't make you a freak. All wizarding children do it and it isn't something you can control. I know you didn't mean to hurt the lady, did you?" Harry shook his emphatically and Sirius smiled gently down at him as he continued, "I'll never be mad at you if you do accidental magic. It's very good. It shows me you are a powerful little wizard." "I am," Harry asked timidly, and Sirius nodded in reply. "Yes, you are, little one. Now can you tell me what happened earlier, and why you ran away?" Sirius asked gently, but there was an edge of sternness in his voice that let the child know he wanted answers. For several moments Harry didn't answer, and Sirius forced himself to be patient, knowing that anything he did that was either angry or impatient would do nothing but frighten the child further, and also that eventually his godson would speak. Just as he was about to ask again, Harry started to speak. "I tripped when I was carrying my tray. I didn't mean to," he added hurriedly, and in response Sirius just held him closer, "but I dropped the tray, and the plate and cup broke. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Please don't be mad." Emerald eyes stared up at him, pleading and scared. "I'm not mad," Sirius murmured reassuringly. "You didn't mean to break the plate and cup. It was an accident." Harry nodded frantically. "So I'm not mad. I won't ever be mad at you for an accident, puppy." Harry regarded him for a moment, but evidently reassured by the love and determination he could feel flowing from his godfather, he continued, his voice soft and timid. "The dinner lady came. She was angry and it scared me. She looked like Aunt Petunia did before she'd hit me with the frying pan, or call for Uncle Vernon to get the belt." The child was trembling on his lap and Sirius held him as close as he could, pressing keys into the messy hair and sending as much love over the bond as he could. He was beginning to understand why his godson had run. Anything that reminded him of his wretched relatives was likely to incur flashbacks and terror. "I wanted her to go away, and then something happened and she was on the floor, and my punishment was always worse when I did something freaky, so I hid. I didn't want to be hurt again." The simple statement sent daggers into Sirius's heart as he clutched his child to him and murmured reassurances and comfort. He wished he could tell Harry that he would never be hurt again, but he knew he couldn't promise that. All he could say was that he would never raise his hand to him. As much as he could wish it differently, Harry had been hurt too much in his short life, and he would carry the scars within him for the rest of his life. It hadn't been the last time there had been problems with accidental magic, and it had taken quite a lot of time before Harry was able to accept magic as something good and fun, and Sirius attributed that success to the rather creative uses he had found for magic. The first summer after they had moved, Sirius had decided that it would be a good idea to build Harry a tree house. They had worked for several weeks to make it perfect, and Sirius had taken the opportunity to introduce Harry to magic properly. Color-changing charms and magical paint were used to decorate the tree house, and Sirius had cast an undetectable extension charm on the roof, creating a whole den for Harry up there, complete with trapdoor and rope ladder, cushions, magical books and his magical toys and games. However, he was strictly instructed never to let his friends into the roof space, something which Harry had no trouble keeping to. He had had far too few places to call his own to squander his special places to anyone else. However, Sirius had made sure that as well as having fun, that Harry was also taught and trained to deal with the outside world. He had seen far too much of the dark side of the world to have been left with any illusions over the nature of humanity. Living through a war and then being sent to hell on Earth would do that to you. He knew that when they rejoined the wizarding world, if Harry was unable to protect himself, he would be taken advantage of and he would be in danger due to his status as the boy who lived. Therefore he had enrolled Harry in a karate class in a nearby town which he attended twice a week. To his relief and joy, Harry had taken to it like a duck to water and formed several fast friendships in the group. Over the last 3.5 years he had managed to earn his purple belt, and whilst he was nowhere close to being a master, he was certainly competent when it came to defending himself, and as most of the wizarding world didn't practice physical fighting, it would give him a huge advantage if he was ever threatened or attacked. Sirius had also taken the adult class, wanting to be sure that he was in the best shape possible to protect his godson. Like Harry, he too had progressed quickly. His years fighting in a war had given him an edge when it came to sparring and dodging, and he too had earned his purple belt a couple of months before Harry, and they would often warm up before their training sessions with a quick spar. Sirius usually won, his size and strength giving him an advantage, but still there were occasions when Harry would beat him, giving him the confidence his child would be able to defend himself against most adult wizards. It wasn't just karate they both did though. While Harry was unable to practice spells, as he would not be able to cast magic without it being detected or obtain a wand until the year he turned 11, and they were behind the protections in Potter Manor, it didn't mean that Sirius didn't teach him about other magics. Every Saturday morning they would go to the garage and Sirius would teach Harry about the world and culture he should have grown up in, magical history and the basics of potion making, which was primarily ingredient preparation and what reacted with what, although they did make a few basic potions. Harry hadn't kicked up a fuss about the lessons, somewhat to Sirius's surprise. And he was absolutely fascinated by the wizarding world, and it was an eye-opener for Sirius as he realized just how wondrous the magical world was for those who had been raised in the Muggle world, but also limiting as Harry's innocent questions about the wizarding equivalents for televisions, computers and tape players revealed, as Sirius was forced to concede that in general wizards were lazy and didn't really have much technology aside from the WWW. However, even though Harry was disappointed with some aspects of the wizarding world, and in particular he was angry at the Ministry once the story of his godfather's imprisonment had been fully explained to him, it didn't change his fascination with the world he should have grown up in. He was eager to learn, but often their lessons, particularly those on magical history, turned into story session as Harry was intrigued by the ancient wars, discoveries and battles that were far more interesting than many storybooks. But his training was not just lessons, the practical aspect was immensely fun for them both. Sirius had purchased a machine that was designed to fire balls randomly in a specified direction and modified it to shoot small cloth bundles that he had enchanted to change the color of clothing or skin at high speeds and from all directions. This was then used for dodging practice. Harry might not be able to cast spells yet, but making sure he was able to get out of the way was key to his safety. Needless to say, dodging training was both exhilarating and exhausting as they competed to see who could achieve fewest hits. The final aspect of Harry's training was the one which was the most frustrating for both of them. Sirius was acutely aware that even in the wizarding world they would still have to hide, and having been taught occlumency as a young boy, the blacks being paranoid about their secrecy, he was one of the few who were aware that Dumbledore regularly used it, and that to the right people an undefended mind was an open book. It had been easy enough to teach Harry to meditate, but when it came to occlumency itself the progress was slow. They practiced hard, trying to build up Harry's shields, but the only way to test them was for Sirius to perform legilimency on him. He was as gentle as he could be and he always withdrew as soon as he broke through the shield, but Harry was struggling. Part of Sirius suspected it was because in order to create an effective shield you had to deliberately hide every memory or thought, and Harry refused to look at his memories from the Dursleys. Sirius understood completely. He didn't think of his summers after he had started Hogwarts, but Harry needed to be able to face the memories before he could create a shield, and his inability to do that, and thus progress beyond a weak shield, frustrated him immensely. Thankfully, once he gave Harry the Black Air Ring, it would protect his mind until he was able to shield it himself, but he would be unable to rely on that protection forever. The sound of a child running down a flight of stairs was enough to snap Sirius out of his musings, and he turned just in time to catch Harry as he tripped on the last step and his momentum sent him flying forwards. "Be careful, Harry," he exclaimed as he gently placed the boy back on his feet. "I don't want you to hurt yourself." "Sorry, Pa," Harry murmured apologetically, scuffing at the carpet with one foot, his sincerity flowing across the bond. "I'll be more careful next time." Sirius chuckled. "Don't make promises you can't keep, puppy," he said, pulling his child into a hug which was eagerly returned. "Just watch where you're going next time." Harry nodded somewhat awkwardly as his head was still resting against his father's chest. He did know that Sirius was actually his godfather, but over the last 3 years he had easily taken the place of a father in Harry's heart, and there was nobody else he would consider taking that role. Sirius was his pa and nobody would take him away from him. "Ready to go, little one?" his pa asked quietly, and Harry nodded, frowning a bit at the nickname. He knew he was small for his age, but he wasn't a small child anymore, but at the same time he didn't mind it too much. It had been one of the first nicknames he had had, which wasn't freak or boy, and it reminded him of just how much Pa loved him. Soon he was settled on the motorbike, helmet firmly in place, and he watched as the countryside went flashing by. They had never really left the town and the surrounding area, and while he had a few vague memories of the boat trip and the town where his aunt and uncle lived, he hadn't really seen much of the world. All that was going to change tomorrow, though. For the first time in his life he was going to go back to England. Now he was 10. Pascals had told him that he could be declared the official Potter and Black heirs, so they would be able to access Potter Manor, which was much more protected and had a lot more space than their house here, and he would be able to get a wand as it was the year he would turn 11 and get his Hogwarts letter. Sirius was deeply unhappy with sending him to Hogwarts for reasons that Harry didn't quite understand. All the stories he had heard seemed to show it as a wonderful place, if a bit dangerous. He knew that was partially what had his father worried, but there was something else too that he hadn't told Harry, but Harry knew enough to know that it wasn't possible to change schools. In order to attend a wizarding school you had to be a citizen of the relative country or countries, and with his pa wanted by the ICW he couldn't apply for citizenship for another country, so at the moment Harry had to go to Hogwarts, although he got the impression that his pa had something planned, and between that plan and having no other option but homeschooling, he was going to attend Hogwarts, albeit with a year's worth of magical training and something Pa had dreamed up to protect him. He was distracted from his thoughts when the roar of the motorbike stopped. He looked around in confusion. They appeared to be in the middle of nowhere, with a forest surrounding them and the road vanishing as it weaved away into the trees. "Pa?" he asked, his voice questioning. Sirius just smiled down at him, wrapping one arm around his shoulders and using his other arm to push the bike into the forest. "Welcome to the Chateau Noir, puppy." Before Harry's astonished eyes he saw the trees rear back and a paved road appear under their feet. He had seen magic throughout his childhood, but nothing had prepared him for seeing the effect of ancient wards in action. Sirius smiled at his son's awestruck expression and, keeping his arm securely around the child's shoulders, started to lead him down the path, but they hadn't got far before the house elves popped in, relieved him of his bike, popped them to the house and informed them that their travel cases were in their bedrooms, the rest of their luggage was in storage and supper would be served in 30 minutes. It was nearly midnight when Sirius heard his bedroom door creak open and a small figure slipped in. He had been feeling Harry's nervousness and worry ever since the child had gone to bed 5 hours ago. He had already been to check on him several times, but each time his efforts had been rebuffed by the child, so about 2 hours ago he had stopped, knowing Harry would come to him when he was ready. A few seconds later he felt his child clamber up into the bed beside him and snuggle against his side. He reached out, wrapping his arms around his son and tucking the messy head under his chin. "What's bothering you, puppy?" he murmured tenderly even as he felt Harry relax a little in his arms. "I'm scared about tomorrow," the boy eventually whispered, burrowing deeper into the embrace. "I don't want them to catch you." Sirius sighed. Knowing he should have foreseen this, Harry knew why they had run, and it was only logical he would be afraid of Sirius getting caught. He knew that the child regarded him as his father, and truth be told he thought of the boy as his own. "I won't be caught, little one," he reassured the child, pressing a key to his son's forehead. "Nobody will think a black Grim and a boy are Sirius Black and Harry Potter. We'll be safe." And Harry believed him. He was wrapped tightly in his paw arms and he knew that nothing and nobody could ever hurt him here. He was completely safe, but most importantly he was loved. Harry's fingers were knotted into Padfoot's fur and it was only the presence of the large black dog at his side that was keeping him moving forwards. Sirius had apparated them both to a small back alley several roads away from the Leaky Cauldron early that morning before he had transformed and gently started to lead Harry to the ancient pub and Diagon Alley which lay beyond. Nobody would recognize them as Sirius Black and Harry Potter. A dab of Muggle makeup had easily covered the scar and wouldn't be removed by any magical means, and brown hair dye and brown-tinted contact lenses made sure that the child bore little resemblance to James Potter unless you looked closely at the features. Nobody would think he was Harry Potter, and of the only two people who knew Sirius Black was an animagus. One could not reveal him without revealing himself, which would not be wise, and the second had told Harry in his last letter that he was currently working in a book exchange in the USA, so the secret was safe from that angle. They had two main issues to deal with today. First was going to Gringotts to claim Harry's heritage and obtain access to Potter Manor, and the second was obtaining Harry a proper wand. Dealing with Gringotts would be the simpler task. Sirius had explained precisely what questions Harry needed to ask, and in his pocket Harry had the slip of paper with the name of the Potter account manager, whom he had to ask for when they reached the bank. That should go smoothly. The place where it might become sticky is claiming the Black Air ring. However, as he had never been given a trial, they would not recognize him as a convict, and he had corresponded with his account manager via Owl Post, as the goblins had contacted him after he had started making purchase by banknote, so he was fairly confident that once they were inside the safety of the account manager's office he would be safe to transform and conduct the necessary business. Furthermore, he was hoping that the goblins, like the house elves, would be able to sense the bond and know that he did not, and would never mean his godson any harm, and Sharpclaw was an old friend after all. Obtaining a wand could be trickier. It was not the actual purchase that worried him, rather Ollivander's ability to identify a person without actually seeing who they were. If he recognized Harry it would not be as awful. His disguise could be explained by his want to travel in public freely, without any hassle. However, if he managed to recognize Sirius, things could get problematic. Sirius hoped that being in the form of a Grim would be enough to conceal his identity, and because a Grim was a magical creature, the story they had concocted was that he was Harry's familiar. It would explain why he had mannerisms which were not completely natural to dogs and was more alert and human, and secondly, if anyone or anything could sense or see the bond between them, it would be dismissed as a familiar bond instead of something from the old magics, many of which were illegal. The only reason Lily had ever found the ritual was that she was an unspeakable who was researching the old magics, and the backdrop of war had made her desperate enough to use them. They had been very careful in planning this trip, and Sirius had made sure Harry knew precisely what his story was, and between them they hadn't left anything unplanned. Padfoot had been renamed. Harry was using the name he had used in France, and he had the perfect story, and he knew who to ask to let him into the alley. Sirius could feel Harry trembling against him, and he licked the child's hand, trying to comfort him as much as he could. Harry glanced down at him and smiled timidly in response, although Sirius could feel the fear flowing through the bond. He didn't even have to concentrate as he sent waves of love back, wrapping his child securely in their warmth. Slowly he felt Harry relax, and once he was sure the boy wasn't about to bolt, he leaned forward and nudged the door of the leaky cauldron open with his nose. With one more encouraging lick, Harry stepped forward into the gloom, his fingers securely twined in Padfoot's fur. Most of the patrons didn't even look up, but Tom did, and seeing the small boy walk warily into his pub, the black grim at his side and a conspicuous lack of parents was enough to send alarm bells ringing. He looked down in concern as the boy approached the bar. "You all right there, Sonny?" he asked, concern filling his voice. Harry glanced up shyly, his small smile enough to melt anyone's heart. "Could you please let me into the alley, Mr. Tom?" The old barkeeper came round to peer at the boy. "Where are your parents, lad? I can't let you go wandering into the alley without permission now, can I?" Harry looked up, eyes wide and innocent but at the same time sad and serious. Would have marveled at how good his son was at acting if he couldn't feel the fear and pain flowing across the bond, although he suspected that the pain was not just for the loss of James and Lily, but also for the thought that he could also lose Sirius. "Mum and Dad are dead," he said quietly, "but my uncle looks after me now. He had to go into work early today, but he said I could go to the joke shop and get an ice cream and you'd let me into the alley." Tom looked a little skeptical. "He let you come to Diagon Alley alone?" Harry shook his head firmly, his fingers burrowing deeper into Padfoot's fur. "I'm not alone, Mr. Tom, sir. Bardolph is with me and he'll always protect me." The innkeeper took one look at the large black dog that looked remarkably like a grim and decided that the boy was probably right. The dog easily came up to the lad's elbows and would be more than capable of driving anyone who meant him harm away. Coming to a decision, he nodded at the lad and led him to the brick wall that led to the alley. "Don't let me catch your uncle saying anything different now," he cautioned him, but the boy just nodded obediently and, thanking him once more, hurried off in the general direction of Zonko's as the portal closed behind him. Once Harry was sure that nobody was watching, he came to a stop in front of a shop window, leaning into the large black grim and clutching at his fur like a lifeline. At any other time he would have enjoyed being in the alley, but at the moment he was too scared about his paw to really pay attention to where he was. A low rumble deep in Padfoot's chest and a light nudge from his cold nose urged the boy to keep moving. Running his fingers through the fur to calm himself and finding that it helped somewhat, Harry let the dog gently pull him in the direction of Gringotts Bank. Even his fear was not strong enough to override the awe that filled him as he received his first look at the Goblin Bank. Gleaming white marble stood proudly against the sky, and the two goblins stationed by the entrance were dressed in the finest armor. He noticed that as they passed, the goblin's eyes widened slightly and he pressed himself closer to his paw, but they didn't say anything or move from their posts and they were able to pass into the bank safely. Just as Sirius had instructed him, Harry approached one of the tellers and waited patiently until they acknowledged him. "Good morning, sir," the child said politely. "Please could I speak to Mr. Sharpclaw?" Having never seen a goblin before, Harry didn't notice the surprise and no little shock that flashed across the goblin's features as he was greeted with such courtesy. "I will see if he is available, and may I inquire as to the nature of the business you wish to conduct?" If he had been human, Sirius's eyebrows would have risen. Both he and James had always enjoyed a good relationship with their account manager. Through some quirk of fate, both the Potter and Black accounts were managed by the same goblin, but they had never managed to obtain the same level of politeness when dealing with other goblins that Harry had achieved in a single sentence. "I have come to claim my position as heir and review the family accounts, sir," Harry said quietly, and this time he didn't miss seeing the goblin's eyes widen. Evidently he knew which family's Sharpclaw managed the accounts of. The goblin nodded once. "Griphook," he barked at a nearby goblin, "see if Sharpclaw is available." "Family business." The goblin nodded and scurried off, and then the teller turned back to Harry. "The information should be available in a few moments," he said neutrally. "Please wait." He turned back to whatever ledger he had been writing in before they had arrived as they waited for Griphook to return. Sirius felt Harry's fingers dig painfully into his coat and the fear flood across the bond. It had dulled slightly when he had been speaking to the goblin, but Sirius now realized that Harry had just been concentrating so hard on his task that it had smothered the fear for that moment. Sirius pushed as much love across the bond as he could, silently reassuring the child that it would be all right and that nothing was going to go wrong. A few minutes later, Griphook returned and spoke to the teller, who nodded sharply before turning back to Harry. "Sharpclaw will see you now." "Griphook," take them to the office." The small goblin nodded and beckoned with one clawed hand at the boy and dog. After only a slight hesitation, Harry followed. He tried to keep count of the turns and to keep his bearings in the huge building, but after the first 3 corridors and looping turns he was completely lost. But before he could scare himself thoroughly, Griphook stopped at a small door, the sign reading Sharp Claw, Account Manager. A nudge from Padfoot and Harry gingerly opened the door and stepped into the Spartan office. The goblin seated at the large desk looked up as they entered, and his eyes narrowed as he took in Harry's appearance, but as his gaze moved to the black dog that was all but glued to the boy's side, his eyes widened and he looked between them once more. Suddenly he snapped out of whatever had caught his interest. "We require a blood test to confirm your identity before we deal with any possible lordships you stand to inherit," he said brusquely. Bravely Harry stuck out his hand, waiting for the test. He had been told by his pa that his would be necessary, but still, he didn't like the idea of his palm being sliced open, but if he had to do it to make sure pa was safe he would do so. The goblin showed no sign of surprise at Harry's willingness to take the test. He merely slashed a dagger across the child's palm, collecting several drops of blood on the blade, dripping them onto a single piece of parchment. Instinctively Harry clenched his hand, pulling it into a fist as tears smarted in his eyes, biting his lip to stop himself from crying out. Beside him the fur on Sirius bristled as he felt his child's pain. The instant the parchment showed Harry to be Harry James Potter, he was going to transform and heal his son. However, before he had the chance to do anything rash, the parchment glowed, and upon reading the words their Sharp Claw waved his hand in a curious motion and the cut on Harry's palm sealed up. "Welcome, Mr. Potter," he intoned in his gravelly voice. "I apologize for my roughness, but as you did not bear the marks I was expecting to see," his eyes flickered towards Harry's forehead where the scar was concealed, "I believed you to be an imposter." Harry scuffed his feet against the floor. "I'm trying to hide. Things become difficult when I go out in public. I don't want to be mobbed." The goblin let out a bark-like laugh. "You don't need to worry about that here, Mr. Potter." Sharp Claw paused, then looked sharply at Sirius. "Might I inquire who it is that accompanies you? I can see the bond that binds you, but I cannot deduce their identity." Harry shot a panicked look at Sirius, but he was already transforming. Harry stared at his father, and as Sirius finished the transformation he threw himself in front of him. "If you want to hurt him you'll have to hurt me too," he said bravely, although his voice trembled. Shocked but at the same time humbled that Harry loved him enough to do this, Sirius laid a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. "It's all right, puppy," he murmured, "we can trust him." The child looked up at him doubtfully, somehow managing to press closer against his side, but Sharp Claw with his impeccable sense of timing spoke. "It's been a long time, Sirius, and you aren't the hot-headed rascal I once knew, but I must admit such a bond took me by surprise." Sirius flashed a grin in his direction. "That'll be the first time I've got one over you, and I have to say James never managed it either. You're too damn sharp." The goblin's booming laugh rang out and Sirius felt Harry relax with the realization Sharp Claw was a friend. For him that had been the main purpose of the good-natured insults they were trading, although it also happened to be a long-established tradition between the pair of them. Sharp Claw waved one hand in the direction of the chairs. "What business did you want today with the bank, Sirius, Mr. Potter?" he asked, looking inquiringly in their direction. "I've noticed the withdrawals from your account, of course, so I expect it is something important." He paused, looking at Sirius expectantly. "You were right as always," Sirius said with no more than a touch of irony. "We're here to claim Harry's position as the heir to House Potter and Black and recover the portkeys to Potter Manor." The goblin raised an eyebrow but nodded all the same. "We don't have many claiming their positions at age 10. He remarked as he sent a message flying down to the vaults, "but then again your situation is somewhat unique, Mr. Potter." "Harry, please, sir," the child said quietly, and Sirius saw the goblin's respect for his son rise as he nodded at the young boy. "If you would do me the honor of referring to me as Sharp Claw," he replied, a hint of his warmer nature showing through. Harry smiled timidly in return. "Thank you, Sharp Claw," he replied formally, then a hint of his bravery showed through. "And thank you for not turning Pa in." The goblin's smile was genuine as he addressed the young boy. "I knew your pa too well, young one, to think that he would ever betray James, not to mention that Bond wouldn't have let him anyway." The ministry may try to occlude us in regulations, but we goblins have our honor, and there is no honor in condemning an innocent man to a terrible fate, particularly one which is sworn as your paw is to you. Sirius felt Harry's sharp relief, and in that moment realized just how frightened his son had been about the possibility of him being taken away. He had felt the fear across the bond, of course, but he hadn't quite realized the scope of it until it was no longer there, shimmering in the background. Heedless of their surroundings, although Sirius knew that Sharpclaw wouldn't mind, he pulled his child into his arms, and he was relieved when Harry burrowed into the embrace. "It's all right, puppy. I'm sorry it frightened you, but nobody is going to take me away from you." Emerald eyes regarded him for one long moment, as if assessing his sincerity, but then Harry nodded. At that moment there was a rap on the door, and Harry jumped off Sirius's lap as Griphook walked in and presented 2 stone boxes, inlaid with the Potter and Black crests, to Sharpclaw. The older goblin took them with a nod, and the younger goblin turned and left the room as Sharpclaw laid the rings on the table. "The Potter Air ring," he announced in measured tones. With a quick glance at his paw, just to confirm this was all right, and receiving a nod in exchange, Harry cautiously made his way forward, gently easing the box open. He gasped in surprise as he took in the ring supported securely in the center of the box. The actual design was simple, a plain silver band with a deep red ruby set in the center, the Potter crest painstakingly carved into the facets of the gem, but the aura of power that emanated from it was clear to all the room's occupants. Harry cast a wary look in its direction before glancing back at Sirius for reassurance. Sirius smiled tenderly at the child, and then with a single thought removed the enchantments on his own ring that kept it invisible and suppressed its aura. Seeing a similar ring, although a much more ornate one as befitted the lord of the house, on his paw finger persuaded Harry that the ring might possibly be for him. Cautiously he reached out and brushed his fingers across the metal surface. When nothing happened, Harry reached out and placed the ring on his finger. There was a sudden flash of light, and when the spots in their eyes cleared they could all see the ring sitting innocently on Harry's first finger. Harry was the first to speak, shooting a nervous glance at the ring on his finger. "Was that supposed to happen, Pa?" he asked quietly, but Sirius nodded immediately. "The flash was the magic confirming you were the rightful heir," he told his child. "It means the ring is yours until you take up the lordship, and cannot be removed until then. You can control it like I do with mine. Just tell it to become invisible and suppress its aura, and it will do so." The child nodded thoughtfully, taking in the information Sirius had given him before he turned to the other box. "Do I do the same with the other ring?" he asked, and immediately Sirius shook his head. "You aren't the only one with a claim, so I've got to declare you as heir before you can wear it." Sirius reached forward, plucking the black air ring from its protective box, holding the ring loosely in his palm. With his other hand he gently took Harry's hand and placed it over the ring before placing his other hand over his child's and holding it there gently. Harry felt the ring bite into his palm, but the warmth of his paw hands as they held his was enough to show him that no matter what happened in the ritual he would be completely safe. Sirius smiled tenderly at his child before declaiming the ritual words that he had never thought he would use. "I, Sirius Orion Black, head of the House of Black, do declare Harry James Potter, heir to the House of Potter and my godson, to be the heir of the House of Black from this day forth until the heir becomes the lord. By love, blood and magic, so mote it be." Magic thrummed, and for the briefest moment the bond between them flickered into visibility, a thin golden chain connecting their hearts, but in the next second it vanished and Harry felt the weight of a second ring settle on his index finger. Pa squeezed his hand gently before letting go, and Harry looked in awe at the rings that he resized to fit his finger. "You'll want to will them invisible and suppress their aura," Pa told him. "We don't want the whole alley to know who you are after all, or that you're my heir." A quick flash of fear passed through Harry as he realized precisely what would happen if he was recognized, and if people realized that he was Pa heir. Frowning in concentration he focused his attention on the rings, silently pleading them to turn invisible and to hide their aura. Slowly they flickered out from view, and the magic seeping into the room first lessened and then vanished. Sighing in relief when the rings didn't suddenly appear when he stopped concentrating, Harry turned back to his paw to see him talking to Sharpclaw. Noticing his child's scrutiny, Sirius turned towards him. "We've just got to go down to the Potter and Black family vaults, and then we can go and get you your wand, puppy." If it would be easier, Sirius, Sharp Claw interjected, if you know what items you need, I can use the Gringotts system to deliver them to this room and supply you with a blood-keyed money bag that is attached to the vault for any monetary expenses. Sirius didn't have to think before he replied, that would be greatly appreciated, Sharp Claw. Those carts would have been hell as Padfoot. Could I have a bag connected to the black vault that I can key to Harry and myself, please? And I need 2 of the blood-bound portkey rings to Potter Manor from the Potter Vault if that's possible. The goblin just nodded, and within seconds Griphook had returned to the office and was sent scurrying down the corridors to fetch the bag and the device for retrieving items. While they waited, Sirius looked at Sharp Claw speculatively. If I turned management of the investments of both the Black and Potter fortunes over to you, would you have enough time to manage them? He asked suddenly, making the goblin glance up in surprise. I could make the time, he answered honestly, but it would be difficult. Sirius nodded, mulling it over in his head for a few moments before he spoke again. If you manage the investments, you can have 30% of any profit they turn. He proposed. I certainly can't manage them, and there is no way I'd ask you to do so without giving you a cut. The slow grin that appeared on Sharpclaw's face was rather feral, and Sirius received the distinct impression that both the Potter and Black coffers would receive a boost in the near future. Goblins were shrewd businessmen, and he had just given Sharpclaw a rather large incentive to achieve large profits on his investments. I would be happy to take you up on that offer, Sirius, he said, inclining his head in the man's direction. Not many wizards would show such a high level of trust in a goblin or be so generous towards them. They are fools then, Sirius answered simply, and a smile flashed over Sharpclaw's face as the pouch and the summoning device were brought into the room. A few minutes later the 2 portkeys were retrieved and the pouch was keyed to both Harry and Sirius, and they took their leave of Sharpclaw. Somewhat regretfully, Sirius turned back into his animagus form, and instantly Harry's fingers entwined themselves in his fur. He gave his child's hand a reassuring lick and felt Harry calm down slightly, even though the fear which had vanished in the bank was returning, albeit tinged with excitement. Padfoot navigated the alley with ease despite the child clinging to his fur, and soon they were outside the wand shop. Harry hesitated, his fear returning full force. Sirius sent as much love as possible over the bond and lightly pushed at the door with one paw, causing it to creak and give way slightly. His action seemed to be the input Harry needed as the boy stepped forward, easing into the shop with Padfoot right behind him. The slight trill of an old bell hung suspended in the air, seeming to echo off the shelves and reverberate around the gloomy interior as the old wandmaker emerged from the shadows, silvery eyes turning to peer at them. Harry shifted nervously from foot to foot under the scrutiny of the wandmaker. The interior of the shop was gloomy, and there was a hint of oppressive magic mingling in the mustiness of the air. Harry didn't know what to say as the man continued to regard him, silvery eyes glinting through the dimness before the weathered face finally cracked into a smile. "Welcome, Mr. Potter," he said quietly. "I wasn't expecting you for another few months, but still, it seems only yesterday your parents were here, buying their first wands. Mahogany, 11 inches, and willow 10 1/4, good for transfiguration and charms respectively," Harry murmured before the wand maker could. He had heard so much about his parents' wands that the words had just sort of come out, and at Mr. Ollivander's suddenly piercing stare he shrunk back against Padfoot. "Quite right," the man murmured to himself, "although I am surprised you would know such a thing." The last statement was directed at Harry, accompanied with a raised eyebrow, and the child shuffled a bit on the wooden floor. "I like listening to stories about them, sir. I've heard them so often I remember the details." Ollivander threw a sharp look in Harry's direction. "You are a most unusual child, Mr. Potter. Not many would remember details like that, and I have to admit that you are the first person I have seen with a grim as a familiar, although it does make sense considering your history. It will be a joy finding you a wand." As he was speaking his eyes had drifted down to Padfoot, examining the dog, his eyes tracing the path of the bond, invisible to only a few eyes, when suddenly he beeped in a sharp breath. "Weird sworn." The words fell into a silence as instantly both Harry and Sirius froze, although Mr. Ollivander carried on, still in a shocked whisper. "I never thought to see one outside my books. I suppose that is why I mistook it for a familiar bond at first, that and they must be in their animagus form." While Ollivander had been rambling, Harry had pressed as close as possible to Sirius, shrinking behind him and backing away into a corner as Padfoot moved in front of his child protectively, muscles bunching, ready to leap at the first hint of a threat. Ollivander seemed to realize that he had lost his audience and he glanced up, disorientated to see Harry clinging to Padfoot's fur, fear unmistakable in his eyes. Quickly he hurried to reassure the child. "Don't be frightened, Mr. Potter," he said quietly. "Unlike those fools at the ministry, I know that the bond will not harm you. In fact, there are few things that can give you more protection than that bond affords you." Harry regarded the old man dubiously. He didn't seem like he wanted to hurt them or hand his paw over to the ministry, but he was far too aware of what the consequences of discovery would be to be wary. "You won't tell anyone in the ministry?" he asked suspiciously, still clutching onto Padfoot's fur, muscles poised and ready bolt at the first sign of danger. At those words Ollivander let out a snort, taking both Harry and Sirius by surprise. "As if I'd tell those incompetent fools anything. Every year those dratted unspeakables come knocking, trying to get at information they've no right to and demanding that I tell them or they'll make the magic I use illegal." A somewhat sly grin crossed his face, although they never seemed to realize that irritating a wand maker is a bad idea, especially the one that makes their wands. They never seem to be quite so cocky once every wand in the shop starts firing stunners. Harry let out a small giggle, and he felt his paw amusement over the bond. It was quite fun imagining the people who had thrown his paw in jail and forced him to hide, running away from an old man with all the wands in the shop flying after them and pelting them with stunners. The old man smiled at the child. "I have to say it amuses me also, but I presume you will want a vow." He posed it as a question, looking straight at Sirius as he did so. The Grim nodded instantly. Now Ollivander knew he was an animagus. There was no point pretending that he couldn't understand what was going on, or that he was a real familiar. Inside he was pleased that the man had made the offer. He certainly wasn't going to let the old man walk away without taking a vow or being obliviated. However, that would have required him to switch forms, and this way limited the chance of further exposure, although "I will need you to transform or to reveal your identity because otherwise there will be a weak link in the vow." A string of expletives formed quickly in his mind, but before one could find its way onto his tongue, Harry was standing in front of him, determination shining in his emerald eyes. "I won't let you," he cried. "You can't make Pa transform. The ministry will come and take him and you won't make me lose him." Sirius could feel the fear and sadness pouring off his child in waves, and he was moving before he was even consciously aware of it. He pushed gently against Harry's side in a silent gesture of support and nuzzled the child with his muzzle. Sirius felt Harry's determination give out a split second before the child collapsed against him, burrowing into his fur and clinging on with all his might, and the stench of fear thick upon the air. He allowed himself a single growl at the wandmaker before he turned his full attention back to his child, nuzzling at the boy's face and sending as much love over the bond as he was able. Slowly he felt Harry relax a little, although his nerves were still jangling, and he knew the boy was ready to either fight or run if it became necessary. But even as he reassured his child, he realized it was unlikely that they would get out of the shop without Ollivander knowing his identity. It was a difficult situation. Harry needed the wand and they needed the knowledge of the bond to remain between as few people as possible, and he realized that as Ollivander had the knowledge to recognize the bond, he might be able to tell them more about it, and he knew he could do with the information, as all the information he had been gained through trial and error. While he had been reassuring his child, Ollivander had been regarding the pair, a shrewd calculation in his eyes. The reaction particularly from the child provided him with several compelling hints. Firstly, they were not hiding out of choice but rather out of necessity, as whoever was Harry's guardian was wanted by the ministry, and as such had probably taken the child without ministry approval, but taken the child from a bad situation if their defensiveness was anything to go by. Secondly, whoever it was would have to have been known and trusted by the Potters as the ritual required a parent. He pulled the facts together in his mind, and one name was screaming out at him, but his instincts were telling him it couldn't be true. Sirius Black was wanted by the ministry. He was still at large 4 years after breaking out of Azkaban, and nobody had seen any trace of him, and he certainly would have been trusted by the Potters. He was the boys' godfather and had been their secret keeper. And there was the sticking point. If it was Black, then he could not have betrayed them. The bond would not have allowed it, and neither would the bond have taken him if he had already done so. so either he was not the secret keeper and he had been innocent, or he was wrong and it was someone else entirely. Coming to a decision, he waved his wand, causing the shutters to fly down and the sign in the window to switch to closed. Harry glanced up at the sudden movement, instantly coming onto the defensive as he realized they were trapped. Seeing the fear and threat in the child's eyes, Ollivander raised his hands. "I intend no harm to either of you. I just thought you would not want anyone to see your identity, particularly if you are wanted by the ministry." Something in the dog's eyes flickered, and as Ollivander watched, the dog retreated into the shadows. He didn't see the dog rear up and become a man, but he did hear the frightened cry as the boy launched himself into the darkness. Harry had seen Padfoot retreat and he knew what his paw was about to do, but he wasn't going to let him. He wasn't going to lose his father, and he wasn't ever going back to his aunt and uncle. He flung himself after his paw, only to run straight into his father's chest. Instantly Sirius's arms wrapped around him, tugging him straight into an embrace, but for once Harry resisted the comfort. "Change back, Pa," he begged, struggling against the arms that held him as his voice cracked. "Please just change back, please." "Shush, Harry, it's all right, puppy," Sirius murmured, tightening his grip on the struggling child and cuddling him close. He knew what he was doing was risky, but he hadn't received any sort of warning, and he knew that the fact Ollivander knew about the bond meant that he would hear him out at least. But his words seemed to have no effect on the child, who was managing to work himself into a panic. A quick glance up revealed that Ollivander hadn't come any closer, and he seemed to be waiting for Harry to regain his composure. Not having to worry about that, Sirius turned his full attention to his son, holding Harry as close as he could, murmuring soothing words and gently stroking the child's back whilst pouring as much love across the bond as he was able. Even then Harry was not calming down, and it tore at Sirius's heart to know that this was something he had caused, no matter how inadvertently. Harry didn't know what to do. His paw wasn't changing back, and every moment he stayed human increased the chances that he would be discovered. He couldn't lose his paw, he couldn't. Pa was the only family he had, the only person that loved him, and if he was taken away he wouldn't have anything. Why couldn't Pa see that it wasn't safe, that he would be taken? His struggles gave way into sobs as the full impact of what would happen hit him, and he wished with all his heart that they had just stayed in France and that he didn't have to go to Hogwarts, because then his pa wouldn't be in danger. Sirius felt the precise moment when Harry slumped down in his arms, his face buried in his shoulder and the small frame shaking with sobs. Tenderly Sirius cradled his child, constantly murmuring reassurances. Slowly the sobs gave way into hiccups, but Sirius could still feel the fear that pulsed through his son. He pressed a key onto his child's forehead, whispering his apology before slowly standing. Harry balanced carefully in his arms as the child clung tightly to his father, and stepping out of the shadows to face the wand maker. To his credit, Ollivander didn't let the shock he must have been feeling show on his face. He blinked slowly, taking in the sight of the wizarding world's most wanted criminal standing with his arms wrapped protectively around the boy everyone swore he longed to kill, a boy whose face was buried in Black's shoulder and who was clinging desperately to the man. He could see the bond glowing between them, gold and thick, and he wondered how he had ever mistook it for a familiar bond. It was so clearly a weird bond, and although it was the first he had seen such a bond, he could tell it was strong. There were several beats of silence as they stared at one another. Then, "You were not the secret keeper," Ollivander spoke levelly. "You did not betray the Potters to Voldemort, and I am guessing that there is a lot more to the confrontation with Pettigrew than meets the eye." Sirius nodded instantly. "We switched at the last minute. Pettigrew was the traitor. He betrayed James and Lily, and when I confronted him, he cut off his finger, blew up the street, and framed me for his crimes." The grief in his voice as he spoke and the tenderness with which he held the Potter boy were enough to fully convince the man of Sirius's story. He knew that the man could not have betrayed the Potters when he was sworn to their son, and Sirius's story seemed to be the only logical reason as to why he would have gone after Pettigrew. But Ollivander could understand their caution and the boy's fear. He knew the ministry would not listen and that they would have Black thrown back into Azkaban or given the key the instant they caught him. And with that thought, "I swear on my life and magic I will not reveal the identity of Sirius Black or his animagus form, or the information of the bonding between Sirius Black and Harry Potter without their permission." A flash of light sealed the bond, and he caught the grateful look Black sent him before he turned back to his godson. See puppy, he murmured, Mr. Ollivander won't tell anyone, and I'm safe here. Bright emerald green eyes snapped up and Ollivander had the uncomfortable feeling that those eyes were seeing straight into his heart. The moment was broken when the child looked away, appearing satisfied and slipped out of his godfather's arms, although Ollivander noticed that he kept a tight grip on the man's hand. Ollivander shook himself and flicked his wand and his tape measure shot out, measuring the boy as he flitted around the shelves, selecting boxes. I assume you two could do with a wand, Mr. Black. They must have snapped your original. I would be grateful, Sirius replied, and also, you seem to know a lot about the bond and I'm afraid I know very little, only what I have discovered during the last few years and what Lily and James knew at the start, and I was wondering whether there was anything you could tell us about it. Ollivander considered the request carefully before nodding. I would not normally give out such knowledge, but there can't be a more suitable circumstance than this. But first, your wands. He pressed the first specimen into Harry's hand with the terse instruction to give it a wave. Feeling somewhat foolish, Harry did so, but the wand was snatched away almost immediately and another put in its place. As the pile of discarded wands grew higher, Ollivander was almost flitting about the shelves, so great was his excitement. I haven't had so tricky a customer in nearly 50 years, he explained as he took back the 37th wand. Most find their wand within the first 10 they try, but you, Mr. Potter, seem to be extraordinary, and I don't doubt your godfather will be the same. He looked almost gleeful at the prospect. The pile of discarded wands was teetering precariously on the spindly chair when Mr. Ollivander emerged from the depths of the store, a dusty box held almost reverently in his hand. Carefully he presented the wand, and as Harry took it he felt a slight warmth in his fingers and a few sparks shot out of the end, although there was a strange feeling, almost as if it wasn't quite right, that there was something missing. You are certainly unique, Mr. Potter, Ollivander murmured as he reclaimed the wand. It seems that this is your match, however it requires a secondary core to be a complete match. Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11.5 inches, certainly curious. I will need you to come and choose a secondary core, but first let's see if your godfather will be as hard to match. Again the pile of wands mounted higher and higher, and Ollivander appeared to be almost skipping as he presented wand after wand for Sirius to try. Haven't had two such difficult customers for years, he said a little giddily. I has been an absolute pleasure, and I still have the choosing of a secondary core, and potentially a wood as well to complete. It was the 46th wand Sirius tried when he finally got a reaction. Ebony and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches, the old wandmaker murmured, and this too needs adjustment, although in your case I fancy it needs a secondary wood rather than core. With a sharp head gesture he led them into the rear of the shop, opening a barely visible door to lead them down into his workshop. Mr. Black first, he said quietly, a new wood will take longest to bond with the existing wand. He hurried to the large cabinets that rose up on each side of the small room and quickly extracted nearly 24 different branches. Hold your hand over each, with the wand in your other hand, and see which calls for you, he instructed, an edge of excitement in his voice. It was the 6th wand he tried when suddenly Sirius felt a pulse of warmth shoot up his fingers. Reaching out he grabbed the branch before presenting it Ollivander. The old man's eyebrows rose. Blackthorn normally does not work until you have suffered with it, however this piece seems to have already recognized this in you. It will make a fine wand. The wandmaker took the wand, holding both it and the piece of blackthorn loosely in spindly fingers, turning them over and over as he examined them, muttering to himself in places, tracing a pattern here and there with his fingers on the polished wood. Eventually he seemed satisfied and he gave them a tense command to stand back. Sirius complied instantly, positioning himself so that Harry stood behind him, ensuring that the child would be protected from whatever piece of magic Ollivander was about to perform. He felt small fingers lock into the back of his shirt and he knew that Harry was frightened for him. He reached back and gave the boy's hand a gentle squeeze and he felt Harry's grip ease, although he noticed that the child never actually let go. Ollivander was standing in the center of the room, holding the wand and the new branch in a single hand. Quietly at first he began to chant, old words, unfamiliar but a lyrical sound Sirius had heard once before. Ollivander was speaking in the old tongue, the language used in any old magic ritual. He felt a thrill rush through him as the sound swelled to a crescendo and a shining light built, enveloping the wand, eventually becoming so bright that he was forced to look away, shielding his eyes. When the light faded, a wand sat in Ollivander's palm, two woods intertwined throughout its length, but harsh divisions marred the wood where they joined. However, Ollivander did not seem fazed. Rather, he nodded in satisfaction and placed the wand in a stone blow engraved with a myriad of runes before covering it with a cloth that thrummed with magic. "It will take a couple of hours for the woods to reconcile," he informed them, "and whilst we are waiting I shall endeavor to craft Mr. Potter's wand." He moved over to a second cabinet, slim fingers darting through the many drawers and extracting a wide variety of materials. "I will not use any of these except for secondary cores," he informed them. "I find as the single base they are far too temperamental, however when paired with another main core they can produce spectacular results. Mr. Potter, if you will." A little gingerly Harry stepped forward, holding his hand over the cores just as he had seen Sirius do. He could feel a slight tingling in his palm and he moved in the direction it indicated, his hand eventually coming to rest over a long black feather. Cautiously he picked it up, feeling a thrill of warmth flood up his fingers. Turning, he presented it to the wandmaker, who took the materials almost reverently. "A thunderbird feather," he breathed, "paired with a phoenix core. You will be able to do powerful magic with this wand. Yes, I expect great things from you." Once again he gave the terse command for them to stand back, and again Sirius pulled Harry behind him, protecting the child with his body. He felt Harry peek round to try and watch the ritual, and he didn't blame the child. He would probably never get another chance to see a wand being crafted. However, he remained alert, ready to cover the boy's eyes or pull his son behind him if it looked like things were getting dangerous. A low chant started up, this one markedly different from the one that he had sung to join the woods. Before their eyes the shape of runes rose from the wood, burnished red and glowing. The chant was more melodic, less harsh than the one sung over Sirius's wand, and as they watched they saw a hairline crack slip up the body of the wood, and it was into this tiny space Ollivander carefully inserted the second feather. Instantly the chanting changed, becoming harsher and more guttural. Power was thick on the air, and there was the lingering sound of a phoenix cry and a clap of thunder which resonated with the magic. The runes began to glow, shining brighter and brighter, and slowly they began to move until they were dancing over the surface of the wood in a dazzling reel that spun too fast for the eye to follow. There was a sudden cry and the magic died as the runes faded back into the wood. Blinking, Sirius passed his hand over his eyes to try and remove the afterimage of the runes from his retinas, and beside him he could see Harry doing the same thing. Ollivander waited impatiently for a few minutes as their vision returned to normal before he handed the finished wand to Harry, an eager expression on his face. As Harry's hand made contact with the wand he knew immediately that it was right. There was no trace of the incompleteness which had marred it initially, and a large pulse of warmth shot up his arm even as a multitude of sparks erupted from the end, gold, red, silver, bronze and blue, spinning away into the darkness of the shop. Mr. Ollivander clapped his hands in delight, and his pa was smiling down at him, pride obvious in his gray eyes. "Well done, puppy," he said, giving his shoulder a gentle squeeze, and Harry grinned up at him, his own pleasure and delight shining in his eyes and rushing along the bond. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.